that we start in a minute.
Доброго ранку всім в Києві.
Hello everyone in Kiev, in Kazakhstan, and very warm welcome to our participants from Peru and South America. We are glad to welcome you at EITI conference commemorating the 10 years of implementation of this initiative in Ukraine. We have a very limited number of people offline for reasons of security, but we have representatives of government, business, and communities. And we also have about 50 people online. So let us begin right now. We are grateful to the Ministry of Economy for their leading role in the implementation of this initiative, which has been moving forward despite all the revolutions, wars, political situations in Ukraine. And this year, EITI has recognized Ukraine as one of the best implementing countries, so we fully deserve a bit of celebration today, praising each other for this success, but also think about moving forward with the Dakar standard, which has been approved this year. So let me give the floor to Svetlana Grinchuk, the Deputy Minister, for her welcoming word. And well, maybe we will hear some comments or ideas for the community working closely with EITI. And yeah, let's think how we can move forward and work with the ministry to implement initiative further. Yeah, thank you so much for this work you've been doing for quite a while. I am a new person in the moment, but yeah, I was a bit involved in this in my previous years as a representative of the environment sector, but right now, despite all of these events around us and the war and the terrible things happening in Ukraine for the last 2 years, we still have good reason for celebration. 10 years for implementation of EITI in Ukraine. And as far as I can recall, even before that, since 2008, lots of effort was made to get the status of an implementing country. And very importantly, as a part of this work, Ukraine was working to accomplish mutual understanding between the government, the community, and the business, and we were working to set goals together, to move forward together, because, well, the goals could have been different, and of course everyone is different, so the goals are different, but we were able to come together and being on the same page, work to implement EITI in such a way that we are recognized as one of the best examples. And this is happening despite of the war, and we've had some of our territories occupied since 2014, so we sometimes having challenges with the information access, but we are still working to implement this initiative. We are working gradually to implement all of our international obligations under EITI, and we are very responsible about this. We have updated our legislation, and we are especially proud with the implementation of EITI portal, which is still working in the test mode, but which is serving us to collect information even during the war and submit the necessary information and have our reports made ready. And yeah, our first report included only oil and gas companies, but actually we have expanded this list already, so we have the list of different fields, and we are in line with all the countries implementing EITI principles. So we have prepared 8 reports already. We are working on the 9th ones as well, and we need to think together how to implement the standards. And the challenge we all have before us is the war, of course, as all of us are aware. The information issue is a very sensitive one, and everyone who is dealing with this has surely have some obligations to be mindful of what information can and cannot be disclosed during the war. And these obligations that we are having, they are not purely international obligations, but this is a process. The extraction industries fields are becoming more transparent, and in some ways this process has slowed down since the beginning of the war, but I believe once this war is over, we need to gradually come back to this work on increasing transparency, and specifically companies working in certain regions need to be in the ongoing dialogue with the local population, since they are having direct impact on that population. And so we will have to work together on this, develop good approaches, and I'm very grateful to every one of you for the tremendous work you are doing. This is a demonstration of the fact that we are not only implementing EITI principles, we are a country thinking about development despite all the difficult conditions. It thinks how to become a full-fledged member of the European family, how to develop its economy, and how to evolve with all the right principles in place, how to be truly civilized, because well, we are appalled to see our neighbor country trying to change our direction, but despite all that, we are working to make our country open and transparent. Thank you, Svetlana. Thank you so much, and let us now give the floor to our online speakers, specifically to Helen Clark, who has recorded a welcoming word for us for Ukraine. She is a strong supporter of Ukraine, especially after the full-scale invasion. She has been promoting the necessity to support and protect Ukraine. As a former Prime Minister of New Zealand, she is widely respected, and this is helping us in many different ways.
Of the EITI in Ukraine. I was so delighted to receive an invitation to join you to celebrate Ukraine's achievements in extractive transparency and governance since first joining the EITI in October 2013. I offer my warmest congratulations to all EITI office holders in Ukraine. You have upheld the EITI's mission to improve natural resource governance for the benefit of all citizens. Despite living through such challenging circumstances, you have remained very staunch advocates of the EITI, and you have been unstinting in your willingness to share your expertise and experience in EITI implementation with others. Notwithstanding horrific wartime conditions, your multi-stakeholder group continues to function effectively. You continue to publish your EITI reports in a timely manner, working to identify new and innovative ways for disclosures which can stimulate public debate and deliver impact. Through your efforts to share good practices across the region and globally, you are a very valued resource for the whole EITI community. The EITI recognised Ukraine's exceptional performance with the Chair's Award at the Global Conference in Senegal in June this year. I know I speak for the whole EITI community when I say that your sustained work to advance transparency and good governance during wartime is an inspiration to us all. Your unwavering commitment to advancing the principles of the EITI reflects your dedication to EITI's shared values of professionalism and integrity. There's another fundamental objective we share, which is to operate in a spirit of partnership and collaboration. I'm certain that the achievement of 10 successful years of EITI implementation in Ukraine would not have been possible without a concerted effort by civil society, government, and industry stakeholders to work together. In doing that, Ukraine EITI is a model for other multi-stakeholder groups. It's demonstrated capacity for effective collaboration with a wide range of partners, including the International Renaissance Foundation, the Dixie Group, the Open Government Partnership, USAID, GIZ from Germany, the World Bank, Shell, and Equinor. Ukraine EITI has achieved so much over the past decade. For example, the government of Ukraine adopted special legislation requiring extractive companies to disclose key information such as project-level payments and material elements of contracts relating to extractives. An online data portal has been created and is hosted by the Ministry of Energy. That portal has simplified the process of collecting information from extractives companies, and that greatly improves data timeliness and accountability. In 2015, Ukraine became one of the first EITI countries to establish a publicly accessible beneficial ownership register, in line with Ukraine's broader anti-corruption agenda. Transparency about ownership, as well as about contracts and revenue flows, is an important tool for Ukraine as it tackles corruption risks. Today's event is not only about acknowledging past achievements, it's also about considering next steps on the good governance journey. Looking ahead, Ukraine EITI has set ambitious objectives. Stakeholders want to move beyond lengthy printed EITI reports to a more accessible digital format, using data routinely published online. That's important because it does facilitate informed public debate, and it enables the EITI to be used in a strategic way by stakeholders in a difficult and ever-changing context. Another key objective is to use the EITI platform to contribute to the energy transition, particularly on the future development of mineral resources in Ukraine and the provision of materials for the net zero economy. The EITI's global strategic priorities are well aligned with these national objectives in Ukraine. I have full confidence that as you take these steps, you will continue to display united purpose to overcome the challenges ahead. The EITI family stands with you in Ukraine in solidarity, and we will continue to provide support to deliver our collective mission. By uniting our efforts and developing our collaboration and partnerships, we can help Ukraine to mobilize its resources for a successful post-war economic recovery. I wish you all a very successful 10th anniversary conference.
Дякую.
We are so grateful for this welcoming word, and before we proceed with our first panel, let me ask the esteemed audience if you have any questions or comments for our Deputy Minister. If so, please raise your hand very, very quickly. We do not see any hands, so everyone is so engrossed with the celebration already. So yeah. We will still have a chance to discuss the challenging issues later. I will not be available throughout the event, but other colleagues from the ministry are staying here. And I've been at the recent meeting of the working group. I was um, surprised and amazed by how professional and committed everyone is. Thank you so much for this. Thank you, Svetlana. And then let me invite here the panelists of the first panel, and also let us learn about our online speakers, Mr. Graham Tyler and Ms. Basu. Okay, so everyone is here. Yeah, one of the speakers. Yeah, Mr. Graham is with us. Okay, so let us begin in such a format with three speakers first, and it's our historical panel, let's call it this way. We are recalling the beginnings of this initiative and what made it successful. So I will ask one and the same question, and yeah, I'll give every speaker 5 to 7 minutes to answer. My question is, what helped Ukraine to join EITI and also become one of the leaders? What were the elements of this success story that you could share from this historical standpoint? And first, I would like to give the floor to Alexei Orlovsky from the Renaissance Foundation. Hello, dear friends. I believe you are truly our friends because here in this room and online with us, we have those who have contributed to implementation of EITI in our country, and it is quite symbolic that we have found ourselves here in this same room that we had the first official event when Ukraine joined EITI, and it is quite symbolic to us. Yes, we are also here for security reasons right now because we are technically in a shelter, but yeah, this also shows the huge progress we made since we joined this initiative, and yeah, we were actually awarded in Senegal in June this year. So yes, let's now delve into the events that preceded Ukraine's joining the initiative in 2013. It was late 2013. The revolution of dignity was already at hand, and this is when Ukraine got its candidate status, and it so happened for objective reasons that this revolution of dignity was fighting against many things, including corruption in the government, and it was the flagship topic for the civil society, for the government, for the companies, for the government officials replacing the old government in early 2014. this anti-corruption topic was crucial, and it laid the foundation for implementation of EITI back then. And this is crucial because if you consider the current rhetoric promoted by EITI globally, uh, only now this initiative has gained this anti-corruption features, but we were the ones who did this a long time ago, and this is also a huge element supporting the work of civil society uh, who promote transparency. And yeah, the introduction of the first beneficiary owners register, and also there are some issues intended to support the transit, which was crucial for our country and has in fact contributed to EITI standards. So this was the backdrop, the anti-corruption backdrop of this entire process, and it still remains one of the crucial drivers of our joint efforts in every component, one of which is surely the extractive industry. So also Ukraine back in the day was getting some loans from international monetary institutions, and one of the preconditions was joining the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, and this was one of the factors pushing Ukraine ever so slightly to this initiative, making us look closer at these standards and requirements. And this is yet another thing I wanted to mention in this introduction. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, let me suggest one more thing here. If we have some time left, let us also give the floor people in this room, those who have had some experience with EITI back in the day. We have with us Larissa Mikitka. It was her email address from which the official letter was sent for us to join EITI. So yeah, you will have this opportunity to speak. And let us give the floor to Mr. Graham Tiley, the former director of Shell in Ukraine, and actually the international energy companies were among the drivers of this process. Mr. Graham was joining the first meetings, explaining the Ukrainian officials why EITI had to be implemented in Ukraine, and he also became a reliable partner for Ukraine's civil society and Ukraine's extractive companies, which, by the way, keep on implementing this trend for transparency, which was pioneered by Shell in Ukraine. So, in your opinion, what were the crucial elements of Ukraine's success story in EITI?
Well, thanks very much for that, Elena, and it's wonderful to see you again. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
That's brilliant. No, thanks. Thank you very much for the invitation. So yes, I was the country director for Shell from the end of 2011 till April 2016. So I was there indeed at the start of this process. I was part of the original multi-stakeholder group. They say, there's a saying certainly in English, that success has many parents whilst failure is an orphan. I hope that means something to you in Ukraine. But in this case, I think Ukraine's success in what has been achieved with EITI does reflect the coming together of many different interests. And I think the success reflects the fact that the EITI processes and reports and so on meet the needs of many different groups. And I think the previous speaker already mentioned some of these, as did the Deputy Minister, talking of government, industry, and society. However, I would like to start by recognizing the very strong leadership shown by the Dixie Group, Elena and her team. They were very much a driving force from the beginning. I think as representatives of civil society, their passion and energy was very much driven by the same kind of forces for change in Ukraine that, as the previous speaker mentioned, led to the Revolution of Dignity. And I think that was very much, let's say, in the air at that time. The government itself and the energy industry wanted to show the external world, particularly potential foreign investors, foreign companies, that Ukraine was on a path to reduce corruption and increase transparency. And even in the days of the Yanukovych government, they wanted to create at least an impression that the country was heading that direction, even if it took the revolution to bring that about. The government wanted to show civil society that it was addressing these issues. And as the previous speaker mentioned, institutions such as World Bank, EBRD, and others were pushing very hard for Ukraine to reduce corruption, improve transparency, and in many cases, as was mentioned, these were preconditions for additional loans and so on. The international oil and gas companies, as I said, I was with Shell at that time. I'm no longer with Shell, so I can't speak directly for them, but at that time we had, I believe, many reasons that we also wanted to participate in the EITI, and I will address those a little later in my second question, so I'll leave that for the moment. But I think is the key point, that it was almost an alignment of the stars with these different groups, with different needs, even though, let's say, particularly still in 2012, obviously there was not full alignment on all things. And some of the early meetings, Elena will remember, were quite difficult. But there was an alignment of these needs that the EITI met. And I think that's one of the reasons that it started. However, I think the success that has been shown over the last decade is obviously reflects amazing effort of all the parties that have been involved after the Revolution of Dignity and through the early invasion by Russia in 2014. Society as a whole in Ukraine has come together in a fantastic way, and EITI is just one of many achievements of Ukraine. I will leave you with one, I think, slightly amusing point. One of my observations is that the Soviet legacy, whereby everything had to be counted and documented in great detail, meant perhaps that collecting data for EITI was easier in Ukraine than it might have been in many Western countries. But that's just meant to be a little bit humorous. So let me stop there.
Thank you. It's a very interesting angle, I have to say. Thanks a lot very much, dear Graham. We'll come back. Дякую дуже Грехому. Я сказала, що дуже...
Thank you. It was a very interesting point of view on the Ukrainian successful case. And let me pass the floor to Dina Narizhneva. She represents the International Renaissance Foundation. But in the times when IITI had only started, Dina was the head of the National Secretary. and was the head of Secretariat. Without the National Secretariat, I think we wouldn't have achieved the successful implementation of this initiative. A lot of the burden was on Dina's shoulders. She knows a lot of secrets of this success story. Could you share with us, Dina? Thank you, Elena. Well, you started with Secretariat, and so maybe number one thing of what I wanted to share in terms of why we succeeded in having success in Ukraine is the Secretariat, first of all, is the people who on a daily basis had their main function to promote the initiative and be informed about it, be creative about it, having an idea and willingness to progress on this way as far as possible. And so, no, the National Secretariat is not just a structural unit, it's also about people. It's a great team of people working together, being able to be in a balance, working with partners. So I won't dwell on this in particular, on the National Secretariat, for too long, but as for people, it's also the cooperation that we succeeded to establish with all the stakeholders. The mining companies, the partners from civil society, the donors, where there were also people ready with us together equally to promote this process and being involved just as well on a daily basis. So again, I don't know how correct is that, but I would like to say we're very thankful for the support of Dixie Group, Nova Energia, our partners from Poltava. I won't list everybody so that I don't miss anyone. And also thanks to those organizations who were on one hand donors, but on the other hand they were the partners who were helping us not only financially but also inspiring us. The International Renaissance Foundation, World Bank, GIZ, and other USAID, and other partners. Again, we will be mentioning that later. The next I wanted to stress is to strengthen what previously said. Civil society. Civil society was the key driver of EITI in Ukraine. Civil society was not only the integral part of this success, but its main part of this success, because their activity, their engagement, the idea of not giving up, even those where the situations where it was quite difficult. It was always difficult, but now the colleagues implementing EITI will prove what I'm saying. EITI is always full of challenges. So I want to stress that digital solutions is very important. In the year 15, where Secretariat only started, we started working with PDF files only. Imagine the breakthrough. From 2015 to now, the companies who were coming with stacks of paper to our ministry, weighing kilograms, and then scanned PDFs, and you have to process them somehow. Could you potentially achieve what we have right now without digital solutions, without the platform, without the willingness to go through this process to make it as convenient as possible for everyone, so that the companies would report, so that the state agencies would report, public companies, so that the civil society could have an opportunity to check this data, which is one of the main ideas. So the data should be user-friendly, readable, and accessible for processing. Of course, without digital tools, it's absolutely impossible. And so we're living in the digital world and working with PDF only as a top line. That's impossible. So the platform and people who engaged in developing it, we thank you so much for this work. So and also the legal framework. When we started EITI, many companies and public agencies had the question, why do we have to do it? So again, we adhere to standards, but you are starting to steering. Now you need this change. Tomorrow, other controlling agencies will come and say why you gave this but didn't give that. So the legal framework was the answer for everyone. For the companies, it brought about stability, predictable game rules, why and on which, in which scope the information and report should be filed. So for everyone, it was a much more stability, transparency, predictability, and level playing field. So when we were designing this legislation, we started from decrees and orders of the ministry, and then we reached the level of designing and drafting laws, and we tried to engage all the stakeholders, the civil society, and we also thank our partners from the civil society again, and the ministries and the companies, because within this process there was trust, and nobody told that legislation for us was designed without us. So it was an inclusive process from day one, and it helped create the foundations for equal rules, game rules for everyone. Thank you. Our next speaker is Shreya Basu, Deputy Director supporting countries in Open Government Partnership, OGP. Shreya, Ukraine has greetings from Singapore, if I'm understanding. Ukraine has included in 5 OGP reports where EITI helps OGP, where OGP helps EITI, and what has helped OGP in Ukraine not only to retain the EITI but quite well to implement it. What has helped?
Thanks everyone, and let me begin first by congratulating everyone on 10 years of EITI and the many achievements that have marked your journey. So, I of course, coming from OGP, have a somewhat biased response to this question. We do see very strong synergies between OGP and EITI and our agendas, and that's why we have such a strong history of trusted collaboration and partnership, I would say, both at the global level and at national levels in many countries. So there is, I think, a function of EITI sort of being so closely linked to OGP in Ukraine, contributing to the wider open governance agenda of national governments, and the strategy to sort of make EITI a component of the OGP plan and process is for sure a successful one. So we did a study a few years ago, and that showed us that OGP countries are on the one hand reinforcing the EITI standard. So when it comes to issues of governance of state-owned enterprises or license transparency, at the same time, we are seeing members accelerate or go beyond this EITI standard and its requirements in areas such as beneficial ownership, contract transparency, environment, and this is certainly true for Ukraine. So I think OGP provides another platform or process to co-create and secure public commitments from governments on extractive governance, but also take them beyond. And now this study that I mentioned is, of course, a little dated. At the time, there was less progress on issues around gender, open data, civic space. And here again, Ukraine, in addition to the EITI reports that are regularly published, we know that the Ministry of Coal and Energy has used sort of their OGP commitments to open up data in open data formats in the government open data portal. So I think first and foremost, in several countries, requirements around EITI standards, and this is certainly true for Ukraine from what we understand, help initiate reform agendas that often start with extractive governance. And then as it involves a wider community of stakeholders through the co-creation process, it helps expand the discussion and often ultimately the scope of reforms beyond the extractive sector. Second, I would say that the scope of the OGP co-creation process itself, as it has expanded in many countries, Ukraine included, to go beyond sort of the national or the central government levels to regional and subnational levels. It has helped diffuse EITI-related and other reforms to the subnational level. So as I understand in Ukraine, due to the very strong cooperation between the Association of Ukrainian Cities, the OGP stakeholders, and the Council of Europe, Europe's Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, you have local level representatives now have access to contributing to EITI planning within the scope of the OGP action plan and dialogues. And we have, of course, seen relevant commitments around local level EITI implementation in the latest iteration of Ukraine's OGP action plan. I would say the other advantage, where it's mutually beneficial, of course, is that making sure that this is an agenda that is not, Ukraine is one of those countries where we've had EITI commitments in every single OGP action plan. And I think that, of course, helps keep the focus on systemic change rather than ad hoc one-off initiatives, which is sometimes what we see in other issue areas, right, where you don't have these kind of complementary, mutually reinforcing agendas that can be taken forward. And finally, I would say that ultimately reforms that are required by or being explored through the EITI platform ultimately need a host of complementary reforms to ensure that they truly work. So, for example, you need fit-for-purpose access to information regimes, asset disclosure or verification systems that allow you to follow the trail of how follow the money, if you will. And we've seen Ukraine, venture into the space, of course, with great success. And civic space, which ultimately is so crucial for any multi-stakeholder initiative to work. So I think the OGP platform and plan offers, in a way, the extractives and EITI stakeholders an avenue to collaborate with others in securing and safeguarding reforms in this area. And then finally, I would imagine, my assumption would be that the OGP's requirement for regular reporting and independent assessment gives Ukrainian civil society and other reformers an additional tool in the toolbox that has quite a few, to monitor the government's progress on its commitments, hold it accountable, but also to continuously push for further reforms. So I think, these are very sort of mutually reinforcing agendas. Certainly at a principle level, as we see it, in terms of at a values and principles level, but also in the practicality of how we've seen this play out in Ukraine.
Дякую дуже. Thank you very much, Shreya. Дякую дуже. Вертаємося назад.
Thank you, and we're coming back to offline speakers here in the audience. So in the second round, I'm going to be asking specific questions for each speaker. The first question to Alexei. It's just Alexei has always been associated with EITI in Ukraine and abroad. And all the events that were happening in EITI, Alexei was somewhere around, and both good and bad things that were. So can we remember the key moments that you could just mention now that were happening over the implementation of EITI in Ukraine? Thank you, Olena. Although we're now talking about the 10 years of EITI in Ukraine, I would touch upon not the 10 years celebration, but about 15 years. And I want to maybe touch about these things which were not public in many ways, and not many people know about them, but I think it would be interesting to talk about them today specifically. What was happening before the ITI session, before we joined this family? My question to the audience, does anybody know when specifically, what was the date when Ukraine officially joined EITI, when the management issued a decision, and where this meeting happened of the EITI management, where that meeting took place? Well, I don't think anyone remembers here. It was October 17th. And where did it happen? This decision was made during the meeting of EITI management, which was in Côte d'Ivoire, in Abuja. And that's why today, in particular in the context of our today's work with the Global South, is another hook, so to say, of our cooperation, of our historic cooperation with Global South. And it had quite a significant impact on our country in particular. So when the colleagues mentioned before different organizations who were at the very beginning of Ukraine joining EITI, I want to say that 15 years ago, we basically had only 3 main organizations who, from the very day one, were involved with the EITI. I can name these organizations and those people who were investing in making the first steps of joining EITI. It was Mikhailo Gonchar from Nomad Center, of obviously Dixie Group, Olena and her colleagues, the team who was working on extension, and the Energy Q Club, headed by Alexander Radichuk, unfortunately, who passed away. So these three organizations were promoting from the very beginning, from the civil society, who played a key role in Ukraine joining EITI, this agenda. Who we were learning from? We were learning at the moment EITI was not as a widespread initiative as today. Now 57 countries of the world are members of the EITI family. At that time it was about 25 countries were part of this club, so to say. And we started our learning, our transfer of experience, of our learning from experience of Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. Those were the countries who by that time already had several years of joining EITI. Azerbaijan was the first country who joined the initiative, and has become a full-fledged member. So today, Azerbaijan still is it's not a member of EITI anymore, but we still used some ideas and expanded them significantly in our Ukrainian context in subsequent years. So we were mentioning donors today. The first 5 years, while Ukraine was not yet the EITI member, we only had one donor, I'll be honest, just International Renaissance Foundation. Sorry, but that's how it was. So then we expanded the list of donors significantly, and we hope that donors will not leave this initiative, will continue helping it, implementing EITI in our country. Another important thing is that, as Shreya mentioned, the link between OGP and EITI. Not many people know and talk about it. It was an internal process, so to say. But indeed, in September 2009, it was a political decision by then Prime Minister Yulia Tymoshenko, formal declaration of Ukraine joining EITI, but still no less, there were no further proactive steps to join Ukraine with the initiative. The initiative was standing still, not moving anywhere, and no progress was registered. So back then, OGP came about, and we decided to try and include from the civil society, as a requirement from the civil society, to include the Ukraine joining EITI into the first national plan of Ukraine on OGP implementation. So it was later included, but still no progress was happening. Everything was standing still, and the deadline was looming on the first plan delivery, but the result was basically zero. So we did a very interesting advocacy thing. I can talk about it freely now. So in the first plans that the countries who joined OGP, they only had 3 countries of the world who took upon themselves some commitments in EITI, which was Ukraine, the US, and Colombia. On one of the meetings with the Prime Minister of the day in Ukraine, Mykola Azarov, we made an interesting step when, by talking to Prime Minister Azarov publicly, say we have the point in the plan. For the first time, we can do something earlier than the US. And for him personally, it was really an incentive. And it was interesting. And then it started moving. Quite quickly, quite actively, they started doing stuff. So we indeed, before the US, we became formally the EITI member and delivered on that point in the plan within OGP. So it was an interesting thing to do on our part, but as experience later revealed, it did work. And two other things that I want to mention in terms of history. You know that currently in the EITI standard there is a requirement about transportation, the transit of energy resources. And it appeared in a lot of ways the credit has Ukraine for this. Because from 2008 we started requiring and talking that for Ukraine it's an incredibly important element, considering the specifics of our energy system. So that's why. The fact that later this norm appeared in the international EITI standards is to the credit of Ukraine, and it appeared in the EITI standard before Ukraine has officially become a member. So it's another successful story of advocacy from our country specifically of a specific norm that is now used all over the world. And the last thing for me to say now, we should be proud of achieving in these 2 years that there were 2 meetings in Kiev happening of international EITI management. Not all countries in the world even had 1 meeting, but we already had 2 meetings, which were in 2015 and in 2019. And I hope so much, and I believe that we will have the 3rd and the 4th and the subsequent ones, as well as global EITI conference that will also happen in Ukraine. Thank you. Alexei said that on the global conference in Dakar. So I think it's now perceived as a commitment for the Secretariat. Everybody is waiting for the war to end to organize a global conference. There's one more part of the EITI story that Alexei didn't mention, but we have to mention it. About the same time where Ukraine started negotiation on accession, there were also negotiations between Ukraine and 2 international companies, Chevron and Shell, to start cooperating. Development and proper, even maybe mining in Ukraine and developing. Maybe Graham will prove that EITI was also part of these internal rounds of negotiations between the companies on one hand, between the countries on the other hand, the Ukraine and prime minister. So it was also the method of talking, of how to organize cooperation with Shell and Chevron with high quality relations. There's one interesting thing. When we now cooperate with international oil and gas companies, we see that not all oil and gas companies are ready to implement this initiative and report. It's not about Shell, but it is about Exxon and some other companies. So those companies, they say that it's very difficult to report, to show all the payments, while we have Chinese, Russian, Indian companies who work in a completely different rule set. They give bribes to governments, and it's easier for them to get the license. So this initiative, maybe it's a good one, but for oil and gas sector, global oil and gas sector, for big companies, it's a big problem. It's a challenge, especially in competition. So my question to Graham, first of all, is it really that now we can talk about it, right? Was EITI really part of this negotiation between the Ukrainian government, international donors, and those companies? And secondly, why do you think, and do we need to, and if we need to, then again, why? The oil and gas companies, the Western oil and gas companies, have to follow this standard. Why? While these companies, they say they lose in the game of competition to Chinese, to companies from Middle East, etc.
You're mute.
Okay, thanks. Yes, gives me a moment to think. I don't think that EITI candidate status and an accession was part of our negotiations with the government, as far as I recall. However, as you know, Shell and Chevron were active from, I guess, 2012 onwards in the forming of the multi-stakeholder group, and I hope we were, positive supporters of the initiative from the beginning. I certainly felt that we were doing our best to help the initiative go forward. The question that you asked is around, let me look first at why international companies do support EITI, in my view. And remember, I can only speak for myself here. And there's really, I think, two areas that apply to Ukraine that I think were very important. The first is the relationship between international companies and civil society. We all see, today, but not just today, for many years, there is very much a lack of trust between international companies and the public. And we can only say as international companies that we are, partly to blame for this. But it also reflects a broader trend in society in many different countries of distrust between public and business, public and government, distrust of experts. We live in a world of alternative facts. As an example, the rise in oil and gas prices that was driven by the Russian invasion has led to very large profits for companies like BP and Shell and Exxon. And in many countries of the world, you see the public crying out, windfall taxes, tax the profits. And of course, one of the things that the public doesn't see is just how much of the money, the vast majority of the money that comes from oil and gas goes in fact, it goes in taxes and royalties to governments around the world. So there's always a great focus on the companies like Shell and BP and others. Whereas the contribution that, the energy sector makes to state budgets is often, not seen or not mentioned. And I think, one of the benefits of the transparency that the EITI brings is, people can see exactly how much is being paid into state budgets. So they don't have to believe the company, they can see an independent assessment, audited at least, and they can see that, if they want to see, which is a question in itself, that in fact the oil and gas companies are relatively small players in this game. So I think generally, given that the public don't trust us, I think if we have nothing to hide, then transparency is good for that relationship. If I think specifically back to when I was in Ukraine, our plans were facing opposition from citizen groups, some of which I think, I believe were genuine concerns. People were worried about fracking and things like that. Some of that opposition, let's be honest, was sponsored by Russia at the time. But they were creating distrust, they were stoking fear. And of course, Ukraine's history, particularly in the Soviet times, if we think of Chernobyl, the public, quite rightly, generally were distrustful of government, were distrustful of officials. So anything that helps bridge that gap of trust, I think, personally, I think is very important and is very beneficial to companies that need to build that relationship with civil society. I think the second area is the one that, in fact, Dina mentioned, which is about a level playing field. Companies like Shell and Exxon and others are held to a very high standard and are subject to considerable scrutiny. And, you know, again, I speak personally, I for once have no problem with, you know, with strong regulations, so long as everyone is held to the same standard. And this is often the problem in many places. Other companies, let's say, that are perhaps, you know, don't get the same degree of scrutiny, are not subject to the same degree of forensic oversight, they sometimes can get away with things that a company like Shell or Exxon cannot get away with. So again, the transparency that the EITI brings helps shine a light on any companies that are seeking to evade their obligations. So, you know, as I think Dina described it, you know, leveling up the competitive landscape. Yeah, you know, we are very happy as international companies to follow the rules as long as everybody does. You know, and in the past, certainly in 2012 in Ukraine, it was very obvious that not everybody followed the rules. So I think, you know, those two areas, the relationship with civil society and the leveling up of the commercial competitive landscape are good for you know, are good for legitimate business. You know, and overall, an initiative like EITI is, you know, good for legitimate business, good for consumers, good for government, and good for civil society. And really, the only people who don't like it are those who are seeking to benefit from cheating the system. As a last word, and I'm not an expert on this, I know that, you know, there are some difficult dilemmas in countries that impose strict rules of secrecy on areas such as oil and gas and mineral extraction. And I think, you know, as was hinted at earlier, Ukraine itself faces the dilemma in wartime of being transparent whilst protecting, you know, information that is of national importance. So I think there are some struggles around the world in being transparent when you're, let's say, if the host government itself doesn't want you to be transparent. But as I say, that's a different topic. But I think in Ukraine, there was a lot of benefit for international companies to go down this path. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Дякую дуже. Моє наступне питання.
And my next question goes to Dina. Dina, you have been the head of the National Secretariat for quite a while. We know that this Secretariat always has to be in the middle of all the cooperation and the conflicts between the government, the public, and the companies. A lot depends on how Secretariat works in the country, yet this defines how successful this cooperation between all the stakeholders can potentially be. So my question is, what made the National Secretariat stronger? What helped it establish real cooperation rather than just conflicting? Because we know that in many countries this cooperation is not really successful, but Ukraine has been one of the successful exceptions. Yeah. I believe it's very important that we had this National Secretariat in the first place. This was a team of people who were tasked to work on EITI daily. And there are different mechanisms that are in place in different countries. In some countries, it's the task of some ministry. Well, among the dozen other tasks, they also have this additional task at hand. But our experience showed that if there is a dedicated team that has time and capacity to promote EITI and to go beyond the formal requirements, but also works to scale up these efforts. Well, this is indeed crucial. We understand that we need to have some technical people working with the system, with the documents, doing the basic requirements, but also there needs to be a part of the team promoting this initiative, working with the public, with the companies, and this is indeed one of the important components of EITI, communicating with the public about the transparency agenda and the findings that were already enabled by EITI, and yeah, it's essential for communication to tell everyone that there is this official, verified information. The data is available to everyone, that everyone can make their conclusions. And we also understand that cooperation with international organizations, with the International Secretariat, needs to be in place. And if a person has multiple tasks, one of which is EITI, well, they may lack capacity at times, but in our case it was different, and this was supported by our international partners as well. EITI does not exist in vacuum. It's a part of a bigger mechanism, and this initiative has in fact contributed to our image on the international platforms, and this indeed contributed to our positive assessment in different places. So the availability of the capable team was crucial, and it is also important for such a team to be independent from all the other parties, and this is helpful when there are indeed some conflicts at times. We were considered as an independent platform, not closely associated with the companies, with the government, with the civil society. We were seen as a neutral mediator. So let's consider some practical aspects. Let's say the development of legislation. So we are having dozens of meetings, and there are companies, the public, the government, and if, let's say, there was some department and some ministry was responsible for this, this would create the impression that this is an attempt to represent someone's interests. And in the same way, when we had this communication with the companies, initially there were no legal obligations to provide such information, but having this information provided in timely manner, it was not a challenge, and we all know that sometimes there is a lack of trust between the companies and the government, and this independence is one of the ways to address this issue. We can be an entry point in cooperation between the companies and the government, and this is also helpful and contributing to the work of the ministries, and also it is helpful for fundraising, because there is a formal component of work. We are collecting information, we are publishing reports, we have an independent administrator, but Also, a number of tasks cannot be financed from the government budget, especially in times like ours, in the times of war. We understand that it takes some additional money for things to be implemented, such as communication components, digitalization aspects, etc., especially if we are scaling up EITI, it will surely need some additional investments at some point, and the companies or the public would have difficulties fundraising for such efforts, but availability of such a team, which does not have a direct mandate to do this, but can do this and does this, having discussions with international financial institutions and other possible donors, it has enough capacity to do this. And also, very importantly, such a team should have historical and institutional memory when there is some knowledge on why certain decisions were made, when some considerable amount of information has been accumulated. This creates a considerable backdrop, even in the face of some really serious churn rates in different initiatives. In my times, I still remember this idea to pass on the task of EITI to some ministry, but in this way we would lose lots of that understanding of the different issues associated with EITI and the different parties that have to be engaged in addressing them. So this was instrumental in making EITI look as someone who is there to help rather than who is always so pesky and demanding some data from us. So in the ministries, well, we were all in the beginning perceived as some people who always demand signatures and some steps, but the idea is to unload some of the people who already have lots of tasks at hand, and also to support the efforts of some civil society organizations. Well, there are local and national organizations, and they are helpful in this process. I mean, the national organization, they have some access to decision makers, and the local organizations, on the other hand, they have direct experience of interaction with extractive companies. So the National Secretariat is a team establishing a platform for exchange of experience to make it not a formal tool but an actual tool helping to address different issues. So before I proceed with other questions, let me hear from the audience. Uh, I will ask a question that will hopefully enliven your interest. So, what elements of EITI's history should be remembered and always kept in mind for EITI to keep on being successful in Ukraine? I would gladly give the floor to Larissa if you have something to say about this, or Mr. Alexander Sumsky, who has been with the EITI since the very beginning, Irina, who remembers a lot of this history, of Volodymyr Koshil. We have representatives of the government, of the parliament, of business, Svetlana Mizina, Hanna, whoever else is eager to speak. I am not forcing anyone, but yeah, we have with us people who have contributed to EITI since the very beginning. And while you are thinking, I am asking Shreya a question. In your opinion, in which ways is EITI helpful? In which way is it helping OGP and the transparency policy of the countries?
Thanks. I mean, I think I mentioned some of these in the previous response, right? In terms of, this, these two agendas being pursued in tandem and in conjunction with each other really help expand both the stakeholders that provide the demand side as well as the supply side of the reforms, if you will. And at the same time, also ensure that there are new stakeholders beyond the typical subject matter experts you would expect engaging in these types of discourses. So that's one. I think, and this links a little bit in terms of thinking about, key moments in the history. And I think Ukraine becoming the first country to publish the BOT register definitely is a big moment, not just in Ukrainian EITI and OGP history, I think globally so, because often, when we go to countries asking them, or supporting our civil society actors, asking governments to reform, they will ask that question of, tell me which other government is doing this, right? And so being able to take the idea of, BOT registers being not just sort of this conceptual thing, but something that could actually be done, Ukraine really paved the way for that. And I think that has been incredibly beneficial to the wider OGP community, because we now do have more and more countries, many more since when Ukraine first volunteered to be the first in a way, signing up to this initiative, and that includes both EITI members and non-members. Ultimately, though, I will say, whether it's EITI or OGP, a mentor in OGP of mine once said, and this has stuck with me, and I think it's true both of EITI and OGP, membership to these international initiatives in a way is like a gym membership. The gym will give you the equipment, the infrastructure, the pure inspiration. But ultimately, it is the desire of the one that signs up to really transform something about themselves. And in this case, of course, transform something about extractives governance and sort of broader anti-corruption initiatives. And that's when you get the most out of it, right? So yes, the theoretical constructs or sort of the principles of why these two are mutually reinforcing platforms and the many ways in which that can be explored, that's all there. But ultimately, I think what makes that come alive is the desire of the member countries to actually do something with that. So I think, on the one hand, I think it's been great that Ukraine has been hasn't been that kind of subscriber that signs up and then doesn't show up. I can certainly speak for myself that, in the actual gym department, that is sometimes something I struggle with, but that is not the kind of student or the subscriber that Ukraine has been, whether it's of EITI or OGP. But equally, for those running the gyms, to provide that inspiration, you always need to be able to look up, to say to those who sign up, saying, look, and these are the results that people can achieve. And I think, again, the way in which Ukraine has approached this interlinkage between OGP and EITI has enabled us, given us a very powerful tool to globally and ask other countries to be inspired and learn from and adapt your efforts. The last point I would say is, adopting, agreeing to, committing to reforms is one thing. We all know at the end of the day, these are extremely hard reforms, both politically as well as technically. And the implementation journey is one of, constant adaptation, constant learning, constant 2 steps forward, 1 step behind, sometimes 2 steps forward, 3 steps behind. And I think they're kind of making sure that, and having Ukraine be such an important sort of community within the broader OGP community in sharing those experiences, but also learning from others, has been an incredible, I think, result of these things being pursued in tandem in Ukraine. I could go on, but I think those are the things that stand out for me. And I think the last piece, right, and this connects a little bit back, Elena, to where you started off, like what contributes to the success of the past 10 years. And I think there is something about Maidan and what it did for civic consciousness in Ukraine, where whether it's OGP, whether it's EITI, there is really, I think, genuinely an appreciation and a recognition of the responsibility of what multi-stakeholder collaboration can do for democracy more broadly. that reflects in the way in which Ukraine has approached this, whether it's in EITI or OGP, and ultimately that sort of looking at multi-stakeholder collaboration not as just another annoying requirement that an international initiative imposes, but really something as germane to your sort of democracy project is as I think what makes the kind of the marriage between OGP and EITI also work in Ukraine.
Дякую. Дякую. Я насправді теж
Thank you so much. And indeed, I wanted to emphasize this as well. This multi-stakeholder dialogue format, on the one hand, it looks quite simple. I mean, for a government, yeah, it can be yet another pain in the back. But on the other hand, if this format actually works, it raises both the awareness and capacities of everyone involved, because we understand each other's problems. We are helpful in hearing each other and understanding each other. So let me now proceed with this interactive exercise that I have for you. And we have the microphone in the room. Let us hear from some people here: Larissa, Svetlana, Alexander, everyone else who wants to join this discussion. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak, Elena. Yes, indeed, we were the ones who started this whole process, and yeah, let me briefly recall how it started. It started from a round table in February 2009. This was a time of gas transit crisis. So Russia was blocking gas transit for Europe, blaming Ukraine of stealing gas, which was not actually happening. And as Alexei has shared, this was really an issue on the agenda. This was really broadly discussed, and this was an element of our desire to join this initiative. And in the event organized by Elena Hanchar, this was the time when we realized that there was a decree, there was a ministry that had some obligations, and I was present at that event. And I remember how after every speaker, Hanchar was adding the ministry had to do something, but it's not doing that. It was a challenge. I felt challenged. We started working with Alexei, with Elena. We started looking into this transparency initiative and things we had to do. Those who started, you remember that the first rule was to read things 5 times to understand what we actually had to do. Right now we have the law, we have the regulations which explain everything in much detail, but back then it all depended on our in-depth work. So everyone has recalled the foundations of success. Yeah, it was based on the trust. We have heard about this initiative. We realized that it was possible. It could make the change in our country possible. It was a chance for us to accomplish something that we wanted to have, for us to get to the European level, the level of the democratic world. This is how we wanted to operate, and this was the foundation. There was a group of people who got together with the idea to truly make change in our country. This gave start to our work, and Lena remembers how we developed our first working plan. It all started from the working plan, and yeah, we had some examples to follow, examples of other countries, but adjusting that to our needs and goals. It was a challenge for us. Everyone was learning, every stakeholder, the civil society organizations, the ministry, the companies, we all were learning from each other, and we had lots of interesting meetings and training, and as a result, this process actually happened. And as Alexei has mentioned, in 2012, here in this room, we had the first multi-stakeholder group meeting, and it laid the foundation for this work. So it all was based on a desire of a group of people, and we learned to trust each other, to strive for mutual understanding, and having a common goal. And with trust and mutual understanding, we work to accomplish it, and here are the results.
One more thing I want to stress is teamwork. We have become a team, all of us together, and each of us has a personality, has experience and success stories, but we've joined in, and this shared energy has allowed us to achieve this success. So I hope that our work is going to continue. We have a lot of tasks and challenges even today. We have to spread this initiative further so that it's understood and raises interest of everybody else. Everything that you've mentioned before is primarily the work in the regions where the companies work, where the companies interact with governments, with local self-governance and the communities, and that is what has to be the priority of our work. And so it's not just some idea, some abstract initiative, but really as a field and an example to improve the situation, not only in the mining industry, but in all other fields, because this model itself, where the three parts are in four sides, and the result, so it deserves a lot of respect and serve as an example. So Svetlana, please. Thank you. So I remember when Dina was not yet the head of National Secretariat, but was working in the American Chamber of Commerce, and we started meeting international companies there with Shell. I'm happy to see Graham here. And it is their support, their experience has helped us back then to start this dialogue with the companies. Because if we go back to those years, in the events that were where I was in the Q Club, and we organized these roundtables, which we were trying to find the shared ideas and invite those companies for dialogue, because the companies were very closed. They were very unopen, and for them to come to an event to speak about these things, it was already a challenge. So our success story is very important in the context of that dialogue that was happening back then with mining companies, when mining companies started, so to say, opening up to people, sharing their experience, learning from experience, because, as we said, it's very important to get trust of investors. Then we started working on the communication strategy with the German GSE. And then in the regions, we did a huge number of events where the companies did agree to join in Kharkiv and Poltava region. The list goes on and on. And thanks to having civil society, local civil society, who knows the local authorities, thanks to that, we started this dialogue. Very important. So this triangle that we're talking about is very important. And international events that the board is organizing, often the representatives of civil society of other countries has approached us, and each time we're excited to learn from our experience. So Ukraine has a lot to share, how to organize this work in the regions, how to become more open, how to find these contact points. So thanks a lot. This trust that we have, that's what the success story is, what we need, and to propagate it further. So we have more than 120 online participants. Please show your camera when you talk, because Oh, you mean showing the video of people who talk in the audience? Alexander. So I'm I'm going to talk about what we don't do. First of all, Larissa, thanks to her, she reminded that we have now local communities, and the main reform in Ukraine is decentralization. I have to participate in a number of events where we had a huge number of decentralization experts on one hand. On the other hand, when we introduced the changes in the code of national deposits, we removed local authorities from there. The Constitution says that the local authorities have to do it, but we don't mention them in the code of the mining deposits. So on every event that I'm attending, I'm asking the first question: where is our rent? Where is our money? Why is some people coming to us for unclear reasons, telling us something? So, as Larissa said, we have to include the fourth part in EITI and call it local representation of local self-governance or local authorities, and association in the basic territorial communities and gromadas, because if we want the mining industry to develop and have less opposition to it, the local authorities have to clearly understand what is done and why, and what to get from this. Because nobody's talking to them, nobody explaining them why it works like that and not the other way, and what economic benefits they could have been having if they could replace one set of benefits to other set of benefits. So that's what is important, and what is still not there, to engage them and to give them more information more frequently about what's going on in each part of the mining deposits. The budget doesn't interest them. They want to know, where is our rent, why is our land getting taken, and what do we lose through ecological disaster. So that's the first proposal to change and amending the standards. Thank you. Thank you. Volodymyr Kuchil, Ukrgas Mining. EITI, within these 10 years, even more, has been involved in my professional life. When it just started, Larissa was working in the department in the parliament, in oil and gas, and I worked in the Department of International Cooperation. And this is the first time I was hearing about this initiative. We were not the main ones, but I've learned about it. After that, with Dina, we were supporting this initiative, and Graham Tyler was member of our board of directors, who were managing these questions and supporting. And for some 6 years, I, from Ukrgas Dobycha, I'm responsible for this initiative, and we file reports from the company. So in the process of implementation of this initiative, there were a lot of talks from different stakeholders who were saying, no, that doesn't work in Ukraine, nobody will file it, gas sector is a black box in itself, the public sector companies, forget about it. No, actually, Ukrgas Vidobuvanja was one of the first companies submitting all the necessary information according to the standards. Plus, the gas sector is one of the leading in terms of the quality of information. And that quality was growing before the war, and we'll see, we have yet to see what report in 2022 we have, because there is external pressure in the situation now. And as Olena was mentioning, international companies, the big companies who were afraid to file reports in terms of projects in particular, we're not Exxon, but if in Ukraine, if we compare something, we have more than 200 licenses, and we report on each of them. But we also had some peculiarities when we were preparing the form of report, especially on projects. And we formulated in such a way that we comply with the standards and comply with the internal requirements of the report. So probably we need to communicate and continue this work. And I want to point out as well, yeah, we had the political will in place with time, and we started having partners, international donors who are helping to do this. But 100%, a huge success of that is through civil society, because as we mentioned, it is highly professional, it's highly motivated, and they succeeded in engaging both the state and the donors and the companies to this process. So thanks a lot. Thank you. At some point I was told by one of the most prominent anti-corruption organizations, they told me, you will never pass the law on transparency with open contracts. It doesn't happen in Ukraine. But because we've all cooperated, we were all understanding, there was some trust between all of us, all three parts, and we've succeeded. Despite the fact that even it's Ukrainian anti-corruption didn't believe in this. Hannah? So first Irina, then Olga. Hanna Kiyashenko, head of the Poltava Office of Public Service in Ukraine. Our organization had been working for 30 years now. Officially, we were registered in 1993. And the main area of our activity has always been education for adults and civil society education. We did not know back then about all the things that we know now, how behind the scenes the decisions were made, how most important tools, partnership, open government, and transparency mining industry initiative. But we've already felt how it can be used. To the partner before we joined the partnership in 2014, and we started in Poltava to cooperate with the regional councils, regional administration, and then later in 2014 we learned about transparency initiative. We realized that that's what's going to help us work. So who told us? It was the simple citizens who were interested in caring about the environment, and they were very concerned with the myths and disinformation about the shale gas, how it's going to be mined in Poltava and Donetsk. So they came to us for advice. What do we do? What was happening? Because they knew we were dealing with this, and they told us about this initiative. So back then in Poltava Regional Council, we held a conference. We invited the TC group, Roman Nitsovich, and he gave us all the details about the transparency initiative, because people were hearing about it, but they didn't know how to use it. What are the mechanisms there? And then later, in 2015, we were adopting the national program of open government, but there were also regional programs being adopted. And in Poltava, we included this communication about transparency. And then we went and traveled all the 15 mining regions in Poltava regions where the mining operation was going, and meeting all stakeholders with local administrations, with governments, with with civil society. I don't know if you imagine going to any local community and rayon to meet the local administration. It's not a problem per se, but to bring together mining companies, that's a problem already, because mining companies have always stood, was standing aside. They were like a different state. When I was coming to this meeting from Poltava, I met my friend who was a geologist who left 10 years ago. When she learned where I'm going, she said, it's an interesting topic. She said, I worked in a national institute. There were 400 people working. We knew that there is an official information about the deposits, about the depth, and there's an unofficial information about the deposit. And we were held in the dark about pretty much all of it. And that's how important such initiatives now. So we got to move forward because, we traveled throughout the different mining regions in Poltava, other regions, and then the time passes and people forget. Now they start again to spread different myths, disinfo, and people don't know what's the rent, why is it like that, why it doesn't grow, and you have to communicate about it. So that's what we already had as a positive experience. We have to continue. We got to keep telling people about the things that are happening, what's the initiative, what opportunities it gives. Because it's a great example how you don't catch people, but use proper tools. Thank you, Anna. We only have 5 minutes, so I will ask Irina just to talk 1 minute, and Oleg Kaulak. Ira Bornazov. Yeah, hello. I am representing the gas transport system operator, but I'm going to be talking about my story with from 2015 when the first draft law was passed on reporting. It was very short and only contained the duty to report, and then in 2018 the law was passed that created institutional foundation for this initiative to function. I remember that. I was working as an assistant to Olga Bykova. And in fact, it's a unique. These are 2 unique draft laws, because they are the only ones, as I remember, that were initiated not by big businesses, not by IMF memorandum or some legal authorities initiative, but by civil society. That's a unique case in this way, and it was a unique moment where these initiatives could be started, and we used as an opportunity, although it was quite difficult. I remember Olga Bilkova telling us that one of the MPs, when she was trying to convince him to vote this law, he said, it's like honey against, the bees against honey. We understand that the parliament represents big businesses. But still, we managed to do it. We pulled it off, and that created the institutional foundations, the legislative foundations, and even now, after so many years, it keeps working. And my vision is or wish rather, so that reports never dry down to formality, but be a tool, always be a tool that can be actively used when shaping the public policy in the future. Okay, that seems to be all I want to say. And Olga Haulak. And then we pass the floor to the next panel. Just 1 minute. That's a short introduction. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to say about my first impressions from this initiative of transparency. In 2015, when I first joined the Events on Transparency Initiative, I was a representative of mining community. And the main thing that I was feeling, I was ashamed. Because back then, I was already dealing with developing a mining community. In my education, I'm a geographer. and environmentalist, but I realized how little I know about mining industry in Ukraine. And later, then I realized that access to information was basically absent. So I'm very proud of being part of the community who paid maximum effort over these 8 years to develop the standards and the initiative transparency to learn more about mining industry, how communities, how to improve the economy and environment. Thank you. Thank you, Olga. I know there are more people willing to talk, but we are strictly within time limits. We have 2 online speakers and we have to start timely. I want to thank our speakers in this panel: Alexei, Dina, Graham, Shreya. We thank you so much. It was very exciting. I want to thank our speakers in the audience. I think we've heard a lot of unique information. It's really interesting. And I want to again thank our dear partners, Ministry of Energy, USAID, Renaissance Foundation, and other donors who are also present here. So I pass the floor to the next panel. Alexei, please, the moderation is all yours. Thank you, Olena. If during the previous panel discussion, we were mostly talking about historical aspects and only in some way about the implementation of EITI over these 10 years. Further, we proceed more and more into how we work with this initiative in the future. And so going into these next parts and right into after the break, we must absolutely mention the updated EITI standards, because that's the set of rules that the global initiative will live by over the subsequent period. And I want to say that during this next panel, and it's not going to take long, but we will have about 40 minutes for this panel discussion. We will have 3 great speakers. Online with us, Mark Robinson should be there, Executive Director of International Secretariat of EITI. Mark is now in Sydney, Australia. So Mark has joined from Australia. I hope Mark is here. Theodora Dell, head of the USAID mission in Ukraine. And also online with us, we will have Maria Lobachova, who is a representative of our region from civil society in International EITI board. So Maria will be joining us from Kazakhstan. As you know, in June 2023, during the global conference EITI that was happening in Senegal, the updated EITI standards were presented. It was a document that, in some sense, I can say was hard to come about. It took a year and a half of discussions about how the initiative should develop, what should be included. For each group of stakeholders, there were their positions, there were their visions and approaches. But in the end, we reached the consensus version, and in 2023, just recently, this updated standard finally was released. An historic remark that the previous 2 standards of the years 19 and 16 were approved basically by the International EITI board here in Kiev during those two management meetings that I mentioned before on the previous panel. And it's another important link in the context of changing the standard that we're going to be discussing.
Thank you for your joining this session, and we are very welcome your brief presentation of the updated new EITI standard, and probably you can give some recommendations to Ukraine for its implementation. We will help you with slides, so when you need to change the slides, please say to our technical staff. Thank you. Please, Mark.
Thank you, Alexei, and hello, everyone, both online and in person at this great event. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I was very interested to hear about the history, about how so many of you made so many great contributions to establishing the EITI in Ukraine, and the pride you feel comes through clearly to me on camera. So that's really resonates strongly. And Kiev has a place for me in the EITI history, or Alexei referred to, because for me it was my first board meeting as the executive director, and that's where we planted the seeds of what you now see in some of the standard in 2023, especially around the energy transition, which did not feature at the time on the EITI agenda, and living up to the promise of the EITI as a global anti-corruption organization. Again, corruption didn't feature in the 2019 standard. So the seeds were planted in my first board meeting in Kiev 4.5 years ago. But Alexei asked me to focus on the future, the way the EITI is evolving. As you know, the EITI never stands still. And Alexei described a long, complicated process in which we finally produced the 2023 version, which we launched in Dakar in Senegal at our 20th anniversary meeting in June. So each time now I present a slide, I'm going to say next. And the only way to really convey the complexity of the standard is to share slides. So forgive me if there's a few slides to draw your attention to what's new and changed. And the EITI standard has evolved now in its 4th version since it first came into force in 2013. And it responds to both a changing global context and to stakeholder needs, different constituencies pushing for what they feel should be included. And importantly, a foundational point about the EITI is it must respond to the most pressing challenges every member country faces concerning natural resource governance. Next. This revised standard has 4 features where the requirements have actually either been changed or introduced for the first time. I mentioned already anti-corruption, the energy transition, which did not feature. There were some elements around gender and social and environmental refinements in the 2019 standard, which have been strengthened, and some further strengthening of existing provisions on revenue collection. Next. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I mentioned anti-corruption. I often, when I describe the work we all engage with in the EITI, that we are a global anti-corruption organization working in oil, gas, and mining. But of course, the word corruption never featured in the EITI standard. So it now does. And we also have tools to help us pursue the EITI standard as a vehicle for tackling corruption risk. In particular, I draw your attention to stronger provisions around beneficial ownership transparency, an area where Ukraine has been a leader in the EITI, as we heard earlier. I'm particularly pleased we've brought in a 10% threshold, which goes beyond the level recommended by FATF and provides a more granular level of reporting on real ownership in the sector. And under beneficial ownership transparency, we introduced a number of other measures, in particular concerning the risks of politically exposed persons and how multi-stakeholder groups would identify them. Another provision which we further strengthened in 2019 is of course on contract disclosure. And that came into force in 2021. So these are two good elements to show how now we have the tools embedded in the standard to prosecute the anti-corruption agenda. Next, please. And I've already given you some feeling in what I've just commented on in terms of those two elements about taking forward the work on anti-corruption. Next, please. Another aspect of the anti-corruption agenda in the new standard is how companies can further disclose their policies and practices. And this is picked up in what we call the expectations for EITI supporting companies. So now all member companies and state-owned enterprises are expected to publish an anti-corruption policy. And companies which are participating in MSGs are now expected to engage in rigorous due diligence. And in particular, this measure for state-owned enterprise to disclose beneficial owners, both intermediaries, suppliers, and contractors. And this is a device to help pick up the risk of politically exposed persons having interests, illegitimate interests, in companies. Next, please. I've mentioned already the 10% of beneficial ownership threshold and how countries can request companies to disclose any ownership from politically exposed persons. Next, please. The second big area, the energy transition, one which is close to my heart, which I'm proud that we've now put much more at the center of our collective work around the world. It's worth saying that you heard Helen Clark, our chair, refer to this, and she and I share a joint commitment to make sure the EITI remains relevant in the changing context of our world, in which the energy sector has been really changing very dramatically and quickly. And we need to make sure the EITI remains relevant in that changing context. But of course, the EITI approaches the energy transition for a very particular lens, a transparency lens, and one in which our work is seeking to mitigate the risk of corruption and to maximize the value of the sector for revenues. Next, please. So these new requirements, the most important of which is around, we call it requirement 2.1. The importance of disclosing energy transition commitments, policies and plans by the 57 member countries. Disclosure of public subsidies for the sector, and you'll know still a very large and increasing amount of public subsidies go into the energy and extractive sector, especially following the energy crisis that came in at the beginning of the war that you are currently facing. The third is the need to publish carbon pricing mechanisms and carbon taxes, as well as any reforms in the sector. So these put the policy framework around the energy transition front and center. Next, please. Licensing and reserves, really important. We see a tendency in some countries to fast track the award of mining licenses, particularly for critical minerals, to create shortcuts. And we regard that as a particular risk, because if you pursue shortcuts, you can engage in favoritism for particular individuals and companies without going through proper allocation processes. And the declaration of existing unproven oil, gas and reserves is especially important to understand the potential of the sector over the longer term. Next, please. And then there's a revenue dimension to the energy transition, especially around future forecasts. We at the International Secretariat are supporting a number of countries to plan well ahead, to think through what will happen in the future if demand for oil and gas reduces or the price comes down. What happens to revenues longer term? And how should countries plan well ahead? So that's what this requirement here is about. A second is about future production plans from companies to be able to give an indication of how they expect the sector to evolve over time. And then the state-owned enterprises that are so prominent in this sector and their investment decisions. Next, please. The third category, gender, social, and environmental. And these provisions are really mainly focused around how to promote and deepen diversity in decision-making by national and subnational actors around gender, social, and environmental issues. Next, please. So one very important one, which has been a very significant part of the discussions here in Sydney. I'm attending the IMARC conference, the big mining conference, particularly for companies based in Australia and the Asia Pacific, all around the absence of mechanisms to secure community consultation and consent. And in a country like Australia, which has enormous mining potential, but mining on land under the control of their traditional peoples, the First Nations people, this is really important. But I know it's important in many, many countries around the world. So this is the putting right at the heart of licensing a need to ensure and to demonstrate what kind of consultation took place with local communities and with men and women in those communities. Next, please. Gender disaggregated data is something that was already evident from the 2019 standard, but in particular to focus on the allocation of revenues, particularly when these are distributed from national to local levels of governments, showing how these revenues benefit men, women, and marginalized groups. Next, please. Another aspect of the gender disaggregated data concerns employment, about how and in what ways women may be employed in the sector in different occupations, and how it's distributed between local and foreign nationals. So job creation is very much the focus here, and how men and women differentially benefit. And companies, which is also now one of the expectations of companies, to identify the pay gap between men and women. Next, please. We have established environmental, social, and gender impact assessments and monitoring reports. Here, the requirement is that companies and countries are required to ensure these are made widely accessible to show how they're being used in the determination of the potential impact of mining and other extractive industries. Next, please. The fourth category, revenue collection. And here I emphasize that revenue collection is one of our overarching strategic priorities and has been from the very beginning of the EITI. Because what we're about, of course, in terms of our mission, is to ensure that the revenues arising from the sector are for the collective benefit of a country's citizens, so core to mission. And here it's how can the standard help provide more detailed and comprehensive disclosures around revenues to help countries strengthen a tax base and maximize the availability of revenues to fund public services. Next, please. So how does this translate into specific requirements? Firstly, around production and exports. So countries are asked to show how they monitor and confirm the accuracy of data on production and exports. And this could be phenomenally difficult in some of the sectors in which we're all working. More of a focus on how artisanal and small-scale mining contributes to production and exports. I'm not sure if this is a major issue in Ukraine, but it's a very big issue in many countries which I visit as EITI members, ranging from Guyana to Mauritania and other parts of Africa, a phenomenally important part of the extractives economy, and an area where data is actually very, very weak and where EITI is expected to make more of a contribution. Next, please. This was a very controversial issue about costs of companies engaged in the extractive sector. We've made progress here to show how countries, first of all, disclose how they monitor the costs of production from companies operating in their national boundaries. The second one is the publication of summaries of costs, audits, and tax by countries. And finally, both countries and companies to disclose capital and operating expenditure expenditures and total costs. And this meets a demand that many implementing countries have had for some time, to understand how companies plan and then publish the costs of production, which helps them in figuring out and coming to calculations on potential revenue shares. Next, please. Revenue disclosure, fundamentally important. The independent administrator is the one, of course, at the heart of current reporting, reconciling payments and revenues. So the EITI is at the moment looking at a range of alternatives involving more of a risk-based approach to ensuring high-quality data. And this is all part of a move which we seek to accelerate. And one way Ukraine is really well placed to push is more data-driven approaches to reporting, rather than relying wholly on long, expensive and retrospective reporting that's been at the heart of the EITI process for many years. Next, please. Contract disclosure I mentioned earlier on. And here, the multi-stakeholder groups are encouraged to determine which contracts for exploration should be disclosed based on materiality and other considerations. And an important issue is that a lot of information in contracts does not see the light of day publicly, because it's often hidden in annexes or as riders of the contracts. And now we are encouraging the inclusion of that information as part of contract disclosure. Next, please. And then there's a range of other measures around contract transparency. I'm not going to read each of these out because they are, I think, self-evident. The point being is we're deepening a provision that first came in 2019 to the EITI standard in that year. The next, please. So the question we're often asked is, when is all this going to come into effect? Well, the 2023 standard came into effect at the members' meeting in the middle of June in Dakar. So that is the new standard. It is up and running. But we will not start assessing progress through validation until January 2025. And this is to allow countries to get used to the new standard, to understand its full provisions, to start preparing for reporting and then subsequently validation. And right now, one of the key priorities of the International Secretariat is to support countries in deepening understanding the application of the provisions of a new standard that I've just relayed to you. Next slide. Finally, Alexei asked me to reflect on what some of the implications might be for Ukraine. And I'm sure there's many others, well beyond those I've listed here. The first one is to emphasize that EITI is a shared resource. It's not something that the International Secretariat imposes. Countries join voluntarily, as indeed Ukraine did 10 years ago. And it's about making sure that it's a resource for you in Ukraine, that it aligns with your national priorities. The second is the considerable contribution the sector makes to the economy, especially under war conditions that you face now. I joined a number of colleagues in the room at the London Ukraine Recovery Conference in June, and was really struck by the excitement amongst so many stakeholders, both in government and in the private sector, about the enormous potential and the growth potential of this sector going forward, which in my view only makes EITI even more relevant for the future. The third, and of course this is something that is so much in your minds at the moment and gets so much attention over the discussion on EU accession. The EITI reporting now, particularly with anti-corruption built into the standard, can be a resource to demonstrate how the country is tackling and reducing corruption risk. The fourth, this priority I've mentioned about accelerating progress on mainstreaming data and systematically disclosing data using government portals, online resources, company reporting online, is something where Ukraine is incredibly well placed to accelerate and for others to learn from you. And finally, I imagine that this is something very relevant for you now. And I know from talking to Elena and to Alexei that, of course, you can't publish all the information now because some of it would raise national security issues. We recognize those constraints and how it's very hard to get the balance right between the demands of pure transparency versus the very real constraints that the war imposes through national security issues. So those are 5 reflections, incomplete as they are, that I wanted to share with you as we think jointly about the next 10 years of EITI Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Thank you, Mark, for this presentation and your recommendations, which you mentioned during your speech. And special thanks personally to you for your support of our country in our struggle during this war and during implementation of the EITI in Ukraine all these years. До речі, колеги,
And by the way, dear colleagues, I'm speaking to those who are here with us in person. Ukraine, for yet another time, has become the first country to translate EITI standard into its national language, Ukrainian, immediately after the new standard has been approved and presented in Senegal. We translated it, and please pay attention to those tiny cards you can find at the registration. At the back of them you have 2 QR codes. You can scan one to find the standard in English. You can scan the other to scan and get the access to the standard in Ukrainian. So you can be using the standard in Ukrainian in your practical work.
Address Theodora. USAID is one of the main donors who supported EITI all these years and energy transition during long period of time, not only in Ukraine but at the global level as well. So probably you can explain us why this is important for your organization, yes, for USAID. And probably you can, maybe, who knows, fix some your ideas how you can support future implementation of the EITI in Ukraine during next years. Yeah, please, Theodora.
Дуже дякую. І добрий день на
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm extremely pleased to be here with you and congratulate Ukraine on the 10 years of EITI in Ukraine, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. Ukraine has shown a huge progress in its extractive industries. It's a huge success. And in 2013, this sector was believed as one of the most closed or one of the most corrupt sectors. Lots of reforms were completed, lots of positive changes happened, starting from licensing through the Prozora system, which has been instrumental in this, and also the public reporting about the payments into the government budget and the contribution of the multi-stakeholder group working with the Ministry of Energy. And yeah, right now Ukraine's legislation on EITI is considered one of the most progressive examples of such legislation in the world, and USAID is proud to have contributed into the drafting and implementation of this legislation. They make extractive industries even more transparent. Contract disclosure, providing reporting for every project step, and also publicizing gender desegregating data about the industry. These are the important areas we have already heard about. And this legislation is something that's going to help Ukraine prevent corruption in extractive industries, but also build a stronger negotiative positions for the future and improve governance in this sector overall. Right now, during the full-scale war, there are huge challenges to EITI implementation, and some information is limited in the strategic sectors such as the extractive industry, but despite all that, Ukraine keeps moving to implementation of EITI standards, and today we are not only discussing the results but also the prospects for the future, and Ukraine's commitment for EITI implementation is a great example for many countries. A lot of activities are performed to support EITI in the world by USAID, and it's a good chance for us to disseminate Ukraine's experience, thus improving the EITI implementation outcomes. As we all heard, there is now the new edition of the EITI standard approved in June 2023, and this new edition implies new requirements for disclosure about the transition processes in energy, disclosure of information about deposits and extraction, and USAID is going to help Ukraine make steps to disclose such information, disclose information on the nature deposits, and this is a crucial step for engaging new investments. Transparency is also a helpful tool to prevent corruption, which is becoming increasingly important right now when there are huge challenges before the country, including challenges in the fields of economy and energy. Transparency is becoming a tool required to overcome the efforts of the enemy and ensure support Ukraine needs to gain throughout the world. So a lot, of course, depends on the government, but I would also like to recognize the important role and change in Ukraine's extractive sector. Thank you, Theodora, for your inspiring words, because indeed your support is crucial to us, and the things you have been doing and the things you are doing now, all of this is so important, and I am assured that this cooperation with all the stakeholders will give the fruit that we all are hoping for.
To Maria. Maria, probably you hear us. So you have been involved in the process of development of the present version of the EITI standard as a board member of the previous board, I mean. And now as a current board member, you are involved in the process of practical implementation of this updated standard in different countries of the world. Probably you have some recommendations to Ukraine how we can implement this standard in a better way. Maria, please.
Thank you, Alexei. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I'm very glad to see familiar faces, familiar names. And I would like to thank organizers for the opportunity to participate in this event. And I would like, first of all, congratulate Ukraine on this significant date, and express my admiration for a country that continues to implement the EITI in the exceptionally difficult circumstances. And this says a lot about the country's commitment to meeting its obligation to greater transparency and accountability. The new standard 2023 reflects extensive consultations with stakeholders from different constituencies and countries around the world, and therefore covers major global trends. And that's largely why I am personally excited when I open the new standard, because I'm thinking about how my country will use these requirements for better governance. I believe that many people all over the world feel the same about their countries. And I would talk a bit about some practical steps that could be taken to implement the EITI. The new provisions of the standard are, on one hand, a challenge, but also a good opportunity to strengthen the use of disclosed data for better governance. In order to start implementing the new requirements, as Mark already said, countries have a so-called transition period, which provides an opportunity to prepare for the implementation of new provisions. It is the time until the end of 2024. So it's not a long time. So it just says that you should already look into the new standard. And also the next validation of Ukraine will still take place under the old 2019 standard, as it will start only in October of the next year. So nevertheless, you may already take necessary actions now. So the first step would be for MSG to make is to agree updates to the work plan. MSG should identify key areas of work, including but not limited to combating corruption, energy transition, gender issues, and other, in line with the national priorities. And the drafting of the work plan itself should be based, of course, on the wide consultations at the national level. Each country needs to assess its capacities and conditions for implementing the new requirements. What are the obstacles? Budget? What is in the legislation? And what could be an obstacle in practice, such as, for example, availability of calculation methods, monitoring technologies, and others. This, by the way, is a rather interesting point for the implementation, because sometimes there are situations when stakeholders have absolutely different views on calculation methods and actual practice. It may be relevant, for example, to energy transition issues, calculating of mineral resource or green gas emission monitoring. And now it is the right time to start discussing it in MSG. And as Mark mentioned, the International Secretariat now implements some capacity building activity for MSG members, organizing series of workshops to help with developing the new work plans. The second, I would suggest you to look at the requirements for companies at state-owned companies. A number of requirements relate to new information that should be disclosed by companies, such as disclosure of anti-corruption policies, data on raw materials reserves, production plans, greenhouse gas emissions, gender disaggregation data, company project costs, and others. Unfortunately, in many countries, industry take a relatively passive stance on the EITI. What I mean by this is that companies often provide only the data that is required by law. So this could be a challenge for the implementation of the new standard, especially in terms of mandatory requirements. So this is the time to start this discussion as well. However, it is very important to remember that the new provisions of the standard do not override the old ones, and all the old requirements are still in place. The past validation of Ukraine has shown sufficiently high results, but corrective actions are still required on important issues for the country, such as state participation and transaction of state-owned enterprises, and production data, and of course transportation revenues. And I would like also to second Mark and to draw your attention to the issue of systematic disclosure. Back in 2018, the EITI board has agreed that systematic disclosure of EITI data through government and company systems is the default expectation. EITI encourages routine disclosures from the reporting entities in open format. Ukraine has an excellent experience in disclosing some data through databases. This was noted during the last validation. It may be worth considering active systematic disclosure of most of the data within the scope of EITI through government informational systems, which would relieve the burden of the collection of information for the EITI report. Moreover, due to its timely access, systematic disclosure data attracts greater public attention and catalyzes discussions. Probably every country has success stories where early access to data has prevented cases of corruption or led to strengthened governance and revenue collection. In addition, if there's a routine mechanism of disclosure, the standard allows to deviate from costly routine reconciliation of data and to find a country-owned reliable approach to data assurance. And finally, I would like to point out that a country could consider not mandatory but encourage requirements and implement them and become a driver of global change. I will stop here, and I would like to wish Ukraine success in EITI implementation, and Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава. Thank you, Maria, for your valuable advice. Of course, we will be thinking how we can use these recommendations in a practice, but this will be done already practically in 45 minutes after break. I'm sorry to say, but we should stop here. Thank you very much for all speakers for your participation in this session. I'm absolutely sure that we will be taking into account all your comments, all your visions, and we will be happy to continue our joint work in in the future implementation of the updated standards. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Theodora. Thank you. And we will come back, colleagues who are listening our session, our conference online in 45 minutes. Now we will have a quite long break. Thank you.
So once again, good afternoon to participants. We resume the work, and this is the third panel discussion in this roundtable. Later, we'll be joined by Deputy Minister of Energy and Digital Transformation. But to keep going, we have to start our panel discussion, where we will talk about the future implementation of EITI standards implemented in Ukraine on a national level, to understand the updated standards that were presented today, how they can be, if ever, can be implemented in Ukraine, what we should be ready for, but also to see the challenges of the previous periods and times that we still have yet to resolve. And some of the commitments remain uncompleted and still yet to be fulfilled. And so I want to invite the independent administrator of a company regarding the standards of EITI, Ernst & Young auditors, Konstantin Taranets. I hope he will share some of their 10-year experience of EITI reports in the mining sector of Ukraine. So Konstantin, the floor is yours, and please share your vision and the checklist of readiness of Ukraine to implement these new requirements and standards. Thank you for presenting me. Konstantin Taranets, Ernst & Young, independent administrator of EITI initiative in Ukraine. So a little bit of historical background, and then I'm going to share some practical view of what we should be ready in order to implement the new 23 standard that we've already mentioned. So in our experience of 10 years of supporting this initiative, we remember how it all started back in 2013 and 14, where the data on reports and other payments, the fiscal payments, and we had to really fight for it, our own initiative. So we tried to teach the industry and the public that these data are there, the initiative is there, and why is it there. Then the law appeared, the legal framework, the cabinet, and it became a household name. But from our experience, there is still a lot to improve, and there's still a lot to expand in terms of data, disclosure, and communication to companies and their stakeholders about the transparency and other aspects. Now, as for the future, the applied ideas that appear in the new standard. The new standard is, frankly speaking, is built in the logic of the current times. So we transfer from transparency and just disclosure of some positions of the company to disclosure of more systemic indicators related to ESG, with sustainable development, with management, energy transition, etc., for integration. That facilitates the integration in supply chains, the world supply chains, to strengthen Ukrainian businesses. So there are 4 topics that new standard covers. Improved practices of management, anti-corruption policies, energy transition, something we have to be preparing for and preparing the sector for, just as a disclosure, gender, social, and environmental topics, and everything related to improvement of revenue part and disclosure of financial indicators. So I will dwell on applied factors, what each of these 4 topics mean for Ukrainian companies. So, as for the anti-corruption policy, ethical doing business, it will help the company to improve data disclosure about the governance systems, about transparency of their management. There are also requirements, and we know some challenges with disclosure of information about the final beneficiaries, There's an action plan already, and there's understanding how this aspect should be integrated in Ukrainian law. Next, everything related to decarbonization, clean technologies, energy transition, and greenhouse gases. It's a new scope of topics which goes hand in hand with critical materials and the whole burden that oil and gas industry takes upon itself, that we have to disclose the data on greenhouse emissions that were happening during the mining, during the processing, scope 1 and 2, as well as data on greenhouse emissions that happen down the supply chain, downstream. So this information has to be perceived by mining companies not as an additional burden, but as a driver to integrate their products in supply chains of the world trading players, the exchanges, etc. Everything related to engaging local communities, gender equality, granular subject data on personnel, health and safety, etc. Everything related to personnel, people, contractors, local communities, social performance, impact, etc. So in reports on sustainable development, a lot of public companies structure this company according with the current sustainable development standards, which is not something entirely new. Something that is still a bit of a problem is everything around spending and financial indicators. First of all, the main challenge is disclosure of data on exports in destination countries and buyers, so more granular approach, disaggregated data, and the standard that contains this new provision as shedding a light on the structure of operational and capital expenditures additional to fiscal payments. To what extent is it at all possible, considering the sensitivity of information and confidentiality? And then to wrap up with the point that the initiative of EITI should be perceived not as an additional burden, not as additional work for Ukrainian businesses, but rather as a business card, as part of the transparency, as a ESG ecosystem, disclosure of information, performance by world players and value chains. So most of the global major companies that work in minerals and mining, they submit information on EITI in their annual reports, and they're using it as a driver of strengthening of their position and demonstration of companies' transparency. As for the triggers that Ukrainian players with the EIT initiative, there's traceability is prominent. Traceability of commodity that is discussed a lot around critical materials. There are some examples of legal initiatives of so-called ESG passport on commodity-based products, where this whole ecosystem of economic, social, managerial practices are integrated into single passport and then are disclosed along the supply chain. And so EITI is harmonizing the reforms, and it makes them part of this initiative. We hope it will facilitate not only post-war recovery, but strengthen the positions of Ukrainian players on the world commodity markets. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Konstantin. You've mentioned so many challenges and tasks that we have to work with. That's why in our panel discussion, we had to most participants to attempt to find answer for each of these questions. I would like to ask Tim to prepare for his intervention and ask a question. Are gas producing companies ready to disclose information about capital investments, expenditures, etc.? Because at some point when we tried to calculate the production cost of Ukrainian gas, there were a lot of challenges with that. And I want to stress that EITI should not be an additional burden or task for the government, but a tool and a mechanism helping us bring together all the strategic developments of the government that are in the works. And we understand that it's huge amounts of information. And so without GovTech, without Civic Tech, we won't be able to deal with it. So I want to pass the floor to Svetlana Mizina, advisor to project of effective public management, thanks to GovTech and transparency. That is implemented, as many of us know her as an advisor to the Prozora, transparent governmental management project. But now they started a new project, a huge initiative to improve digitalization of public management and administration. Svetlana, so do we still have hopes that we'll succeed in uniting all that big body of information into one coherent and accessible to residents and authorities, into one product or one network that will enable us to work with it and understand how it's all interconnected? Thank you, Vitaly. Yes, indeed, we heard a lot of remembrances today. What we did in these years, what we have done, and I was thinking that we started from communication strategy. We started with working with stakeholders, local authorities, civil society, gas producing companies, journalists. We've conducted a lot of trainings. We supported civil society to conduct all kinds of activities in their regions. I remember how we fought for the law on decentralization of rent in regions, thanks to civil society and the companies. It was so consolidated. Then there were videos on mining industry in the region. So I think we all remember that. But still, our daily life cannot be imagined now without online tools or digital applications that make our life so much easier in both private life and professional. And so to be with EITI members, we have done some strategic session meetings. I think you all remember that. And we were thinking, discussing how do we see our digitalization of EITI. So thanks to these discussions and consolidation and successes, the story of our success, we had to create online portal that will replace all these paper reports, which will simplify reports, facilitate access to public civil society investors on information about the mining industry, to collect it all in one place. And thanks to the developer team, together with the ministry, when each time we were agreeing the decisions, we were testing all at the company side. So it seems like so long ago, but in fact, it was the way we had to go. But I'm proud that we've arrived together. Then this platform was created and passed on to the balance sheet of the ministry. And as I remember, we were the acceptance of the portal. First, there was the Ministry of Energy, and then the Ministry of Energy was merged with the Ministry of Environment. When the paperwork was being prepared, we were doing this roller coaster. But still, we gave it all to their balance sheet, and plus sometimes the documents were lost on the platform. So we have things to remember, but when thinking how important it is for us all. Because when the war started, the companies continued to report through the platform, regardless of the challenges we faced. It's another thing we're proud of. The companies still found it in themselves, despite the huge relocation of people, a lot of challenges for everyone. But still, in 2022, 140 companies voted on the EITI portal. As Vitaly said, from 2023, the improvement of the portal happens through effective public management project, thanks to GovTech and Transparency in Ukraine, that is implemented through GIZ, supported by German government. Our main objective is to support the ministry in implementation of the action plan till 2025. Thanks to the developer team, each year before we file the report, we do trainings for the company, for the public officials. This year they also have gone through this training, and over the reporting period, the team of developers also supports the companies, helping them with forms or whichever they need to help with. And that is also something I want to thank on behalf of the project for. Thank you for doing this. This year, there's also, other than for the companies and public agencies, we also had a training in Lviv, the TOT, the training of trainers, the usage of data and analytical tools, why is it important and what can be interesting for the regional level. That's what we were talking about in the first part of the day, how important it is, how important it is for the regions to know what companies they work, what taxes they pay, and the more they know, the better this dialogue, this triangle that we talk about on the regional level. As I said, the developer team started updating the functions of the portal. So we presented the work in October, that the companies receive automated messages. It's the commitment, implementation of the law, and that they receive the messages and notifications that the report has been submitted. And for the Ministry of Energy, it improves the administration burden to monitor the reports filed. If the company has not signed the full report or something missed out, they also receive a report, which simplifies the work of the ministry. And for the company, of course, it makes their life easier, because we understand that in big companies, to fill out the forms, reports, there can be several people doing that. So it's highly important to trace all the reporting done, especially Ukrgaz. It's not so easy to trace everything, make sure everything is signed and checked and double checked. But these functions, they really make it easier. But the work is going on. A lot of technical options, technical details. I won't be dwelling too much on that, but it's worth noting that after the war, we will need to think of how to take care about safety of data. What data on mining industry will be open? How do we protect this data? Because we understand how important it is. Right now on the portal, the public part, because of the war, is confidential, but we understand that it's after the victory, still the data and access will be open, and access will be used for the public, for the analysts, for the investors. Information that is important will be accessible. Thank you, Svetlana, for lengthy systemic support of implementing ILTI in Ukraine, in particular for support in amending the law and transparency, the discussion of the law, the writing of the law. Indeed, the law has been written very progressively in some parts, especially that within the 3 days after the report received, the ministry has to pass the report to the independent administrator, and only this year we managed to do that. So each day at 11, the system aggregates all the reports filed over the day, or partial reports, partial forms, and then with just one click, you can send them, forward them to the emails of independent administrator, so that he may see immediately who filed this data and start working with them, which decreases the cost, the time cost, and to trace all the changes, amendments, etc. At the same time, I would like to get back to Artem Petrenko, an association of gas producing companies. From the very moment of their creation in the year 16, they engaged in working with EITI in Ukraine, and they participated in advocacy in the regions when we were discussing the draft law and amending the budgetary code and the distribution of rent, so that the part of the rent remains in the communities. That was also one of the requirements of EITI, to show a clear connection between what the companies get in the communities where the production goes on and what is paid to the state budget. Thanks to the breakdown of this rent, managed to show each community their real input in development of the region and the state in general. Artyom, the question to you, in the context of energy transition, a lot has been said that gas production in Ukraine has no future. We have to suspend it or cut it. That in a couple of years, this whole sector will be excluded from coverage of EITI. And the second part that Konstantin mentioned is for the disclosure of operational expenditures and capital expenditure. Thank you. Hello, colleagues. Happy to see you and hear you. In fact, yeah, from the association, we've always actively supporting the EITI, and we were working together not only on the public issues and promotions of this initiative, the budgetary changes, the rentals, but we were also working actively on two legislative initiatives back in 2018, and from 2021 the new one, when we were working on understanding the openness, that transparency is the key to debunk the myths that the gas mining industry was living in and living by. So if we talk about the general situation with mining, whether we need the gas or natural gas or not, then of course the answer is clear. There is place for gas, and it has to be, and I don't see any reasons that we will say goodbye to gas, because we have to analyze the initiatives that we were before large-scale invasion into Ukraine and now, because the active warfare that started last year, it changed everything quickly. I will tell you in numbers. In the natural gas market, especially in the EU, which is very import dependent, and by diversifying the shipments, it got into dependence from Russia. They've always promoted the market-based conditions and the stage-by-stage transition from fossil fuels to full green energy, and that has been done actively. In particular, the number of power stations were stopped and refurbished for natural gas and green energy. When this whole information with the COVID, when through pandemic, consumption of gas in Europe fell down, the gas fell to $50, and everybody was talking that nobody needs gas anymore. We're going to use only green energy, green sources, and work with them only. So what that led to, if we say about 2020, when we had the record low gas price, $50, and the negative price on oil. And in 2022, last year in summer in Europe on the gas hub, it was 3,500 euro. So the killing price for any economy. I am from the mining company, but it's a killing price for this sector of economy because the cost of those resources is not relevant. It just costs any economic model. What does that mean? That means that we need to diversify, we have to protect ourselves, and that Europe is now doing successfully. They're using natural gas, but they diversify the shipments, and dependence from Russia is constantly decreasing. If before the large-scale invasion, Russia took about 40% of European market, now it's about 4 times lower. And now, answering your question, we do see that natural gas will still be needed. Nobody will shut it off in 2 or 3 years because we won't have any electricity or heat. And now natural gas basically is also about public data. It is used actively to have electricity. What is living without electricity and heat? We've seen last year and this year, and maybe unfortunately expecting that they will continue attacking our energy infrastructure. So Ukraine has to do everything to provide our own production, our energy security. And I remind everyone that it's about investment and taxes. I hope we will hear comments from tax authorities, because in terms of percentage, the percentage that the tax authority gets every month and then the budget, through martial law, a lot of data is not disclosed, but we understand that last year, because of the high gas price, we paid 70 billion for carbon-based fuels, and last month's data, we've paid about 40% of rent. It means that companies continue to work. Of course, we see decrease of indicators from last year, both by private and state players, but what's important is that Ukraine has retained its own gas production, and now we see the trend to so public companies start getting the mining up, production up, so the negative trend stopped in private companies, and we see prospects next year to increase the production in private companies. So till 2024. So in 2022, the production was increasing, and the private companies produced more than 5 billion cubic meters of gas. It was a record-breaking number. So the industry is very important, very relevant, and the potential of this project that we have, if they are done right, for Ukraine, it's a unique opportunity to fully maintain our energy security with a heavy price, but as it is. And of course, it's a perspective to use this gas in Ukraine and abroad by EU, for instance, who wants to completely diversify shipments and stop buying Russian gas. As for the first question, I hope I answered it. If we talk about the second question, about the details of the reports, about the data that have to be disclosed by the companies, then I'll just remind you, as we rightfully said, and thank you for the assessment, that mining companies have reported on EITI even before it was mandated by the law. So that tells us that the companies did not believe it's some additional over-regulation. They were much interested in disclosing how they work, what they do, how much tax they paid, and what's the effect for local communities comes from that, because cooperation with local communities is highly important. The rent initiative was the key thing here, and we see that a lot of communities that earlier did not see the money from production companies, they started getting that money. Again, the tax authority will give us the numbers. What we see this year, for instance, more than 2 billion hryvnia of rent sent to the local budgets is a real money that the communities can now use and have used for their needs and for development of local communities. That's super important. for local people to see what's the effect from production. Thanks to your initiative, thanks to the colleagues, they start to understand why they have one amount this month, another month the next month. What's the rent? They understand that it's industry have to work with, because the more they produce, the more money the communities get. As for the question of production cost, I always try to answer this question simply. Last year, like before the war of the month, the production companies, the private sector, because of the governmental decision, they were selling social gas. It was a gas sent on a fixed price, production cost plus, for the needs of some sectors of the economy. It was the response of the state for the anomalous high gas prices for bakers, milk companies, and other social important spheres of the economy. If you open that data and see that data, you'll see that in all these companies, there's different production costs. Why? Because everything is dependent on your conditions of work, what kind of wells you use, what kind of methods you use, what's the rent, what's the price, and how you build that price. Earlier, we had a discussion, and I was talking about the position of the company, which is very simple. The commercial parts of the agreements, because it's a huge number of agreements, they are in most cases confidential. It's an agreement between two parts, and of course, companies cannot disclose that numbers because it's a ban in contract relations, and it's violation of contract. So from our side, we see, and as Svetlana said, that despite all the challenges and the war, the companies did not stop reporting. They continue reporting within the time frame of the law. And I thank you for your effective work, and I hope that after the victory, we will be able to open part of the data in order to again show the openness, because we all have to understand that unfortunately, as you can see in the news, some things break through the news and something not. But gas production companies and mining companies, both private and public, they suffer that from shelling and missiles. Infrastructure, production facilities, sometimes the mining facility is either captured or destroyed. So you got to take the new project information cautiously, because you will see that we have a lengthy war going on, and Russians will try and do everything to destroy us, not only just physically, but economically, geopolitically, and in terms of energy resources, to create here an unstable situation, to capture something else. So thank you. Thank you, Artyom, for interesting and important points on economic war, energy independence. To continue this topic, I would like to get the member of the multilateral work group from the State Service of Geology and Mining Operations Ukraine, Mikhailo Kamaz. A little bit of information. Is the Ukraine ready to start economic war in terms of energy transition towards critical commodities and developing our potential in green energy technologies? Mikhailo? Hello and greetings from the Mr. Hayaki, who was planning to participate, but technically it was impossible, so he delegated this mission to me, and I will try and do that.
I would like to split my remarks into two parts. First, to discuss the priorities that we have set for the current and the subsequent years, and it is in line with the task and goals of EITI, and also it is in line with the government policy in the extractive industry. So let me present this briefly. Our main goals are to continue digitalization of the permits procedure, to expand the digital cabinet capacities, and continue development of the government information systems, the regulation of the access to the natural resources, and as now the deposits users could see it, it's really becoming easier, and also defining uh, the costs incurred by the executive industries, and define the scope in the recovery of Ukraine. So, as you can see, this is quite in line with EITI, and especially there is a new field that is associated with this goal, the strategic resources and participation of Ukraine in the establishment of joint chains of extraction, processing, and supply of such mineral resources together with European countries as an EU candidate country. So let me present the final updates. I believe you are well aware about this story of our interaction with the EU concerning the critical resources, which was probably initiated in 2018 at the Week of Mineral Resources of the EU, and later continued at the high-level dialogue between Ukraine and EU. We presented the general list of mineral resources available in Ukraine, and since then we were working together with the EU. We have gone a long way developing the strategy concerning the critical raw materials, the so-called Critical Raw Materials Act that was approved by the European Parliament's expert group and submitted for approval by the European Council and European Commission, and also as a part of this work there is a dialogue between Ukraine and EU concerning critical raw materials that had been initiated by the MOU signed by the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Mr. Peshbehal, and also Mr. Peshevchevich, the President of the European Commission. And so the roadmap was developed 2 months ago, and all of these activities, all of this work that we are doing jointly, it is contributing to Ukraine's plan that is right now being finalized by the Ukrainian government and the European Commission. And according to that plan, there is a section on critical raw materials. It is item 4.4, and this is where the priority reforms are defined for the upcoming years, the priority reforms and priority steps for the interaction with the European Union. And specifically about strategic raw mineral resources. So the steps that we have outlined with the EU are improving the planning and ensuring proper conditions for engagement of strategic investors. These tasks will include development of the national program for the development of Ukraine's mineral resource base with the update that implies preparing the a list of areas containing critical resources, making them ready for the auctions or agreements on the distribution of works, and this is an important document regulating our activities and activities of the government at large. This will be in line with the Critical Minerals Act 2030, and there is a second priority we have defined. It is the use of modern extraction technologies and integration of Ukraine into the added value processing chains. And one more priority is improvement of the internal administrative procedures concerning the implementation of digital technologies for data storage and processing, which will simplify decision making by the investors. So this implies some political and conceptual progress concerning this field. I believe Ukraine is doing its homework together with the European Commission, and we will hope that some practical results will ensue in the form of the auctions that will take place concerning strategic resources. This will be something we will be ready to inform you about in the upcoming meeting in the end of the upcoming year. So that's it from me. I'm ready to answer any questions you might have, and using this opportunity, let me emphasize that there is one technical challenge in the interaction between the State Raw Materials Agency and EITI. This has to do with information exchange, and the reason for this challenge is not the lack of political will. The reason is, unfortunately, the lack of material and technical resources that would be necessary to make this tool easy to use and ensuring transparency of information for all the stakeholders involved. But hopefully we will address this issue, and we will keep expanding our functional capacities. Thank you so much, Mikhailo. We will have our Q&A a bit later, and in the meantime, let me give the floor to Deputy Minister of Energy, Mr. Farid Safarov. Thank you for joining us and specifically for joining our panel. We understand that these are the difficult times, and we are especially grateful for your participation and the works on the portal and making these resources available to other government authorities. We do understand that there are some limitations in the times of martial law, but we would like to hear about your vision concerning the digitalization of the extractive sector and the vision for this sector at large. Thank you. Sorry for this delay with my joining of your event. Using this opportunity, I would like to express gratitude to our international partners, civil society organizations that have contributed to these processes, our European partners, and our ministry has been responsible for implementing the efforts and obligations that Ukraine has taken on. And overall, this issues of EITI is a good example of having one agency responsible for something and many stakeholders getting the benefits of it. Previously, I believed companies were not interested in sharing information with the government about the scopes of raw materials to be extracted because technically it means providing information about the payments they need to make in the future. But actually, I was wrong in my assumptions, and this interaction between the business and the government is something that business expects from us. This reporting that is being provided to us exemplifies well implemented initiatives which lay the foundation for the proper interaction between business and the government. There is some logic behind the actions that the ministry is implementing, and this role consists in data structuring. So if we want to accomplish some digital services in the field of energy, well, the largest problem that any of the colleagues could observe in the energy industry, despite all the limitations of war time, the largest problem is updating the information, and it's not only something the government needs to inform the policies. It is something the economy needs for the right decisions to be made. And so this is not only about digitalization. This also implies the interaction of all the players in the ministry. We need to collect and use data properly and to share this data with the civil society and our colleagues in other agencies. Currently, there are 982 entities registered at the portal, which is a very good number. But there is a much higher number of companies available in the industry, like 12,000. But we understand that this 1,000 are the most active and significant members of the community. So we could see very good numbers in 2020, 2021. Then there was a drop in 2022 because of the conditions that have changed, and we discussed this with our colleagues who administer the platform. It's almost like the students always trying to cope with the task before deadline. Well, it's actually something that is common to all of us. I always declare my income at the very last day. But currently we can see that companies are working to submit their data. 124 have done so already. And yeah, we need to hear each other. We need to understand which data is the most crucial, and EITI is an example of a successful case which shows us that we are able to collect exactly the information that we need, especially with support of our partners both in Ukraine and abroad. Speaking of our future projects, we are ready to launch our gas data hub. This is something we envision to see all the information from gas extraction to gas consumption by the end user, and this is something essential for the proper analysis to inform policy making concerning gas extraction and VSO, and this is exactly the tool that can provide us the information we are required to provide by the Ministry of Finance, and also we intend to become a strong player on the international market. When our colleagues are talking to traders in Europe, when we are trying to get investments for Ukraine, quite often we hear that it is difficult to do business in Ukraine because people have hard time making their forecasts, and so EITI, that has become our foundation in the development of such data collection and analysis system, it can be expanded and continued by this current initiative so that everyone can see the life cycle of every natural resource that is being traded and consumed here in Ukraine. Energy Data Hub is something that we are developing, and Ukrenergo is its administrator. We want to come up with unified numbers for electricity and gas. We want to create equal conditions for the field of gas and electricity. This will simplify the lives of our citizens and our businesses, and National Commission on Energy Regulation. This will require some effort initially, but later, thanks to this, all the necessary calculations concerning Ukrainian market will become much simpler. Also, we understand that government has a certain service function. Government basically serves business and citizens residing in its territory, and this is the main task of the government, to create the proper services for its citizens, for its business that later pays taxes, and the taxes are later used for the different purposes in the government. So EITI has become one of the elements of this list of services, enabling digital reporting, enabling quick updating of the data, and interacting with different stakeholders using the one-stop shop principles. We intend to arrive at a point where EITI becomes the single tools through which the extractive industries and energy sector is able to provide all the reporting it needs to provide. It's not because we want to be the administrator of this one-stop shop. No, regardless of who is going to be the owner and manager of this, we need to implement this. We need to prioritize the convenience of our users. Surely it will take some time. Surely we will work hard to make EITI the full-scale reporting tool. And later, given that we win in this war and all the data becomes publicly open, this will also contribute to the better view of the market. And we here mean not only the field of oil and gas or electricity, many industries are in fact interdependent, let's say the extraction of raw material is closely connected with the production of energy. So this is why we envision EITI becoming a very important tool for our businesses, no matter what their type of ownership is. And the only thing that we need for this is to have political will in place, and as many colleagues can confirm, it does exist. We also need to have the partners who are ready to provide proper recommendations. We need to have professional organizations in Ukraine and outside of it, and we also need, of course, financing for this. That's our bottleneck, but using this opportunity, let me express gratitude to GIZ that is performing considerable support and intends to continue this in the future. And let us hope to increase the list of stakeholders who are ready to support us in developing this current tool and developing the new tools to support the EITI. And also I'm grateful to the team that has been inspiring this project and processes for many years. A lot of the colleagues are contributing. Thank you so much for this. Thank you for inviting me to take part in the current conference. And I will use this opportunity to ask you inform us about everything in which we are not meeting your expectations. The more often we see you contacting us, the more important our work is. And yeah, let's all of us be active. Thank you. Thank you for this interesting presentation. And surely you are going to see a much higher number of emails from people engaged in this process. Yes, you were right to compare many actors to students who always are trying to catch up with the deadline, so submit their work after the deadline. So right now 142 companies have submitted their reports for the current year. 46 companies have submitted data for the previous year, and hopefully this will be helpful in assessing the work of the system. So it is much easier for the tax service of Ukraine, because their deadlines are not flexible, and they are experts in making every student a diligent student. And yeah, let us now hear about the role of EITI as a tool for development of openness and transparency of the income part of the revenues of the government budget. And of course, the state tax service has some crucial data about the taxes paid. Thank you. So I have picked this topic for one simple reason. Currently, the extractive industry transparency initiative is not related to budgeting at all. So the reports that we are getting, it's kind of a compromise between the business, the tax service, and the judicial system. it is quite far away from the truth, and what I'll be discussing is going to be my philosophic interpretation of the Constitution and the Code of the Raw Materials, and the very principles of how the budget is developed. So, issue number 1. We all know that the initiative of extractive industry transparency, it is based on the understanding of how financial flows function, which starts from understanding of what asset we have, clear identification of this asset, and we have two important agencies for that. We have the service of raw materials, and we also have local authorities which have been excluded from this role by the code of on raw materials. So what else do we need to know for the purposes of budgeting? We need to look into the law on EITI, and it stipulates that there are certain issues to be disclosed for every party engaged in the distribution of economical profits from the raw materials. They need to have the clear understanding of what they had to gain and what they actually gain, between what it was promised to get and what it actually gets as a result of this tax compromise. So the Ukraine's code on natural deposits explains that there is a principle of the rational use of natural resources, which implies that everyone who claims to be ready to take on responsibility for the rational use of some asset, some natural deposit to generate profits for the budget and for the business, it has to prove that it acts rationally within the existing legislation. It has to prove its technical capacity and efficiency, and it has to prove that the economic benefits that are expected, they are basically commensurate to the existing conditions. So we need to disclose all the essential conditions, such as the operational obligations and such as the contracts on the use of natural deposits. So we're all aware that there is now the government register of special permits, according to which these contracts on the use of natural resources, and they are associated with the requirement to extract certain natural resources within certain geographical perimeters. So currently there is no way to assess which territorial communities are associated with such geographic perimeters, and this is a necessary precondition for the geology service. And if we indeed want to know the budgeting capacities and what sites are available at these territories in case anyone is willing to come and use that area for extraction, they are not able to get this information because the contracts are closed and the territories are only defined by the corners of the area. So there is one more important area that I'd like to discuss and that I have outlined from the very beginning. If we can see that a certain company follows the principles of the code of natural resources and is ready to use them in a natural way, then they have to be ready to disclose all the information about their capacity, proven that they are ready to properly use our asset and it is ours according to the constitution. So we are enabling that company to use that asset to get some economic benefits. And this is necessary for the tax service to have the full information about this scope.
But if the law is implemented in essential conditions, everybody could see then and say they were offering that, now we received that, and where's the rest? Now it's not that situation yet. So that's why I was trying several times to initiate this discussion. The disclosure of information that is considered context nowadays is probably the most important information because that basically discloses the preconditions and the commitments that the user of deposits has taken upon themselves before the state and before the state government because it's their assets. It's on their territory. So if somebody wants to agree with local authorities then later and make sure that it's useful for them, they will have to disclose information and show that the losses they will incur because of their coming in, they will be compensated by the benefits they receive. So once again, I hope that in the nearest future we'll see that in the register of special permits, oil and gas wells, water wells, oil and gas wells, all kinds of wells, but we will have the information that is useful for us, for those whose land is used for the production, so they get economic benefits. It's for someone using their soils, their deposits. So that discloses in the report, and not only in the report, because digital compromise between the tax authority and the user of deposit, and the initial compromise that they reach, that the subject has promised the state to use the assets for the benefit of territorial community, and they are delivering that. And that is corroborated by the reports that we get from the tax authority. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. We will have the fourth panel discussion later, where we will be discussing these regional aspects, the benefits, the risks, the specialty of working in the region and in the community. So I think your vision and your understanding is be useful. So now I would like to talk with our speakers a little more to stress some things specifically. Svetlana, I will start with you because you're in gender minority on our panel. So what is planned further to do to improve the GovTech and transparency in mining sector? How do you plan to keep developing this portal in Ukraine? Thank you, Vitaly. Yeah, we see that in the audience there are still more women. So I wanted to say, that we have still a lot of tasks before us. One of the tasks that was mentioned already today is that we need to integrate. But the state tax service has signed the protocol of the ministry. So we thank the Alexander for that. But we we need to move forward, and we need over the next year to reach the results. Whether it's the state deposit management agency, yeah, there's just a structure of data set, but we didn't sign the protocol yet. So the ball is at the state deposit service, but so it's an important task that will improve the work of the independent administrator. The more the quicker it happens, the more benefits everybody receives. And as Farid said, it's important to have it user-friendly. That's why it's important to improve it. So one of the projects with Ministry of Energy, we'll have strategic session. That way the EITI community will engage in the work on the portal, what functions we need to improve, because it's important for the reports. With the team of Ernst & Young, what functions can be improved. I won't disclose any secrets, but still, if there is such a demand from everybody, it just shows how this portal that collects so much data about the mining industry is so important. And if it's in one place and there's interest in it from all the users, I think it's a great value, because even with the war going on, we need to lay the foundations of sustainable development without just looking into the past, but looking into the future. What do we need to do to improve the future, to avoid making mistakes of the past? So, as we said, improving the process, I think the team of designers will keep us in the loop, and the members of the work group will know about this. So, in the nearest future, we will be able to communicate. I think it's going to be a very interesting strategic session with the designer team. What we want, but with no integration with state tax authority and state GeoNadra, we won't be able to do it. We will be writing and reminding you of that, as Farid said. He gave us the green light, so we will keep doing it. Right, thank you, Svetlana. Just as what Konstantin said, I realize we need to be integrating with the state customs service, and in the recent events and problems with beneficiary owners and representation of international companies who don't have any other place other than portal to submit the information on the change of beneficiary owners, the final beneficiary owner, and so on. So I understand that the Ministry of Justice we will need to integrate as well. We'll update for those here in the room that the most important peculiarity of PVG is that we compare with the data that the companies give us with the data in the state databases. So if we don't have anywhere data on the final beneficiary owners, even that narrow category, the independent administrator, no matter how they want, they will not be able to do the comparison, the assessment, and the assurance. So, where do we get the data to reflect on the new standards requirements? Meaning the pollution control, greenhouse control, and the energy transition for state policy. Do we have places to get this data from? While the previous speaker is just preparing, I would like to deliver on a short comment on the previous topic, so that we don't lose the logic.
Я буквально коротко, да. Ну, що стосується угоди пана Шумського ідеї, я думаю, ми з ним зможемо це все.
So, as for the agreements, we will be able to discuss it with Mr. Shumsky additionally, but all the agreements are templates and approved by the cabinet ministers. And the agreements, as well as special permits, were open. They were only closed and confidential for the martial law. Plus, the website has all the new special permit uploaded and every agreement uploaded. It's just that there's no public access. As soon as the martial law will be lifted, it will all appear immediately in open access. So the agreements are still open. Don't confuse the one regime and the closeness. That's a short comment. As for the protocol, I think we will submit it for signature. But as I said, there are some technical problems, not just philosophy, and we will provide the calculations, how much money the state deposit service needs to comply with the protocol. So in any case, it is going to be signed. That's all for me. Thank you, Mikhail. Thank you for helping us keep an eye on the exchange protocol. Of course, the technical, economic, the feasibility study of automated exchange is very important, and it's important to understand that transition for better reporting, quicker and more effective reporting and comparison of data, corroboration of data, on one hand will save us a lot of money on preparing the paper hard copy. On the other hand, requires additional technical support of the solutions that will be used for this information. Yeah, it's just that we have, for 2 days now, we have no money. But in any case, we're moving forward. Yeah, sorry. Coming back to independent administrator who needs to compare, analyze, and help disclose the data. Kazutin, just a couple last remarks. Where do we get the information from? How do we compare in order to understand how to move forward? Yeah, so as for the data, there's sources and what we have to deal with. Because we understand that mining companies, their organizational maturity is different. There are companies, there are big corporate who have accessible data, you just take them, integrate them. There are companies who are small and transparent, and there's a lot of questions. So we have to focus first on using the same standard of maturity and metrics for the whole sector. And it was a great idea to develop the single reporting system, focusing on not just what the state agencies need now, but also what our partners and stakeholders need, so that what's applicable by the sector in the nearest future. To work with disclosure in this context. If the source of data is missing, we go to Ministry of Statistics, to Ministry of Energy, to Ministry of Environment, and try to collect the necessary data on the missing data to understand what's the reason. But that's not the target model. The target model is the reporting cabinet, the only one metrics, the disclosure forms, analytics for both sides, and the unified access to structured and relevant information. Thank you. We have 10 minutes for questions and answers. So please, colleagues, from the audience, from the video, if you want to hear something additionally. So I don't see too many hands in the room. Then I will pass the floor to Alexander to add some more aspects when we talk about project reporting, when we talk about the information disclosure, data disclosure on projects. We often see from the companies the information that they have a hard time distributing different types of taxes by projects to tie them to special permit of using the deposits and then the ground, but attach them to territorial units. Can we somehow agree on that? Because we understand if there's a territorial unit, it has to be overlaid by the special permit territory or zone. How do we move forward to comply with this requirement of the standard PVG, or should we amend our reporting so that we have the same taxes that we attach to special permits and projects? Another list of taxes that we have to attach to exclusively to territorial units, so those who are paid not locally where the mining is going on, but which is registration or placement of objects. Please, Alexander. I want to stress again what I said before. It was just my my speculation. I have nothing to do with the state deposit service. It's just that how can we use an asset, which every asset is unique? How can we create, with the one decree of cabinet of ministers, a template agreement for all of them? But alongside, we do have the system, which is called protection of feasibility study, the condition of the deposits, and that's what I was saying. It's the list of intention that the user of deposits states to guarantee that it's going to be rational, that it's economic feasibility of this project. So we don't have the need to invent anything. We can just take the existing pages from the project draft law on protecting deposits and put them in the agreement, and that would be sufficient to understand on which level this particular asset is now existing, what can it generate, what benefits for our budgets we can get if we include it or not include it or suspend it or something else. As for the reporting, it's not just taxpayers cannot report. Depending on the tax compromise will be struck between the taxpayer and the tax service, this reporting can be volumes of it, and can be around each populated area if we set the task like this. And at the same time, some types of payments really use this mechanism. It's based on rent. It's fully implemented in terms of the whole report in parity. Because, there was the budget distribution of rental revenues. They introduced the system that provide the opportunity of non-stop distribution of and usage of funds in the budget. So in terms of rent, there's no questions asked. As for payment for the lands, it's similar. And if we go back to what I was saying, is if it's in a special permit, they will have territorial communities and their codes, then we won't have any question whether this land is part of this special agreement or permit or not. It's just that we need to organize this work at the very beginning. The rules of the game should be settled on while we're still on the shore. If we want to engage an asset, let's describe this asset so that on each stage it can be traced. Because we cannot agree each time on each stage with each payer separately on what they will report on, what they will not. Because in most cases they don't like to generate big number of reporting. And if we agree from the get-go what we want, we can get it. As for the revenue tax, it's the tax that we cannot distribute between the projects other than one situation. If we will write in the initiative that all the things they promised in their protocols of protecting the deposits, we will sum it up, and the part of the revenue that we'll put in the tax compromise, we will spread it proportionally on what they have promised to us. So it's about the wish to find agreement and lay down the mechanism that will provide to us this opportunity to distribute those funds over the assets that we will determine. Right, thanks a lot, Alexander. Thanks a lot, all the participants of this panel discussion. We wrap up a couple of minutes before in order to prepare the place for the next panel discussion. For myself, I will just add that they are now forming the new multilateral work group from 12 members to 15 members, expanded, and traditional representation of the governmental agencies, Ministry of Agencies, State Tax Service, Ministry of Environment Protection, and the State Service of Geology and Mineral Deposits. This year adds National Committee on Regulating the regulator, the energy regulator. And so we will increase the number of representatives from mining companies. We still have time for the businesses to submit their proposals to participate in the multilateral group, and the number of attendants in the multilateral group will be increased. And so we will have the opportunity to have even more votes in discussing, deciding, and forming the areas and vectors of developing this EITI in Ukraine. Thank you. So one speaker is missing, so we spending time in this interesting discussion. We are at the final panel discussion for today, and we're going to talk about the regional dimension of IATL. We've talked about importance of this initiative on the regional level. So what does that mean? What peculiarities are we talking about? What challenges are we talking about? That's what we're talking about. And I would like to mention what Svetlana Grinchuk said in her words of greeting, who said that a regional development, regional part of it is now in a forced recess. And we as a civil society, as a governmental agencies and business, we can use this recess for our own benefit. And it can be a great time for drawing conclusions and planning for the future. We can determine what was done well, what was done right, what should we get rid of, and plan our steps ahead. And I want to start our discussion with the plans for the future. And I want to invite Victoria Gnatovska first from the Ministry of Energy, who will tell us about the plans of the governmental agencies and regions. And as we know, implementation of EITI were included into this initiative. Victoria, you have the floor. Hello, colleagues. Well, I wanted to tell you that this panel discussion is the last one for a reason, because the first panel was more about the challenges we have at the moment, our plans for the future, and I want to present myself and say that I was member of a international board of EITI, and I'm the national coordinator, working in the Ministry of Energy on the policy in this area. And also, I wanted to say in the first panel regarding the memories, memorable events that we had. One of the memorable events that was important for me was the support of international management, where 57 countries are included. And when the war started, the International Secretariat the same day and the next day were calling everybody in the multilateral work group asking what do we need. And so they allocated a separate day on international board meeting where we discussed the challenges and questions, the support to Ukraine. It's super important because it was important not only in terms of the state itself and the regions that are now suffering the most from the war, who have to work in the war conditions, and it's the people who service the production of deposits in some territories, and it's super difficult conditions. So I wanted to say that about the plans. These are the plans that we have for tomorrow, for the future, designing EITI in the regions, implementing it in each region where the mining operation is going on. Ukraine indeed is a very active participant in partnership of open governance. So within this partnership, the Institute of Civil Society, together with the government, are conducting the reforms and part of openness and transparency of governance. So within this openness and transparency, all the action plans of open governance had in themselves EITI. And it was in 21, 22 when the large-scale war started. The action task was expanded for regional administrations to work with civil society, with companies that do mining operations in the region, to create the mechanisms and EITI in these regions. So this first stage that was enacted in the regional dimension of EITI, so the experience accumulated will be useful in the future. To implement this plan, thanks to GIZ and the German partnership, we've done several studies. The first study was on implementation, on creation of regional multilateral work groups. So on the level of energy, It was a multilateral work group of national level, and now it's about regions, where this multilateral work group is created in a specific region that would look at specific problems and challenges, development, use of finance, or transparency of the mining operation, the use of mineral deposits, etc. The second thing that we reviewed is the needs of the users of the portal. That was supported by GIZ. And thirdly, the draft provision was designed about the multilateral group on regional level.
In this draft on the regional level, we have included the experience of Lviv and Kharkiv regions, and let me specify that in the action plan in 2021 we have defined Kharkiv, Sumy, Lviv, Ivano-Frankivsk and Chernihiv and Poltava as priority regions. And as a part of this research, which is available on the website eiti.org.ua, everyone can find it there. And actually, it was Irina's responsibility to establish a multi-stakeholder group in Lviv region. It actually was established, but could not fully function because of the war, and even before the war, the Ministry of Energy on the open government platform had a number of working meetings with Kharkiv and Poltava regional administrations with the intention to introduce EITI and to establish such multilateral working groups in the regions. We all understand that during the war, regional administrations have a number of other tasks before them, and so we actually have more than half of representatives of regional administrations present with us online. But actually, the establishment of EITI in the region will contribute to the recovery of the region, because our international partners will be looking into the openness and transparency of processes in the region, and this will be the opportunity to gain additional attention and funds for the region. So here we have with us today representatives of regional military administrations for them to hear how EITI can and should contribute to the development of the region, and how it can be implemented in the regions. We will hear more about that from the colleagues right now. We will hear of the establishment of multi-stakeholder groups in the regions, and I would like to use this opportunity to express gratitude to Mr. Shumsky, and especially since we have to engage regional military administrations as the fourth party in the implementation of EITI.
Включити це в закон.
Maybe we should include this in the law. Maybe this could be an issue that will soon integrate, but temporarily will be managed on a voluntary basis. So anyway, there should be a representation of the regions at the national level as well, because we want to make sure that the issues of the regions are not only discussed in the regions, but also shared with us at the national level. And we are going to have this agenda of integrating the regions on a national level. So the Ministry of Energy is ready for this already, and hopefully our partners are ready too, for the regions to contact us for the establishment of multilateral stakeholder groups in the regions. We will be ready to provide all the necessary support, and yeah, hopefully this multi-stakeholder group will start their work quite soon. Thank you for mentioning this process. And indeed, there were lots of difficulties along the way. I remember our first activity in Lviv region on the 1st of September, when you visited us first. No one believed such a multilateral working group could be established, but with your support, with the consultations you have provided, we were actually doing this. And thanks to the partnership, we were doing this thing jointly. So it implied really hard work every day. There were lots of correspondence and phone calls between us, and the only reason why this failed was the final activity intended to establish such a group was February 18th. We have selected the participants, and on February 24th the war started, and that put an end to this process. But to hear in more detail about this multilateral group and the experience of its establishment, let us hear from Mikita from Orest, from Yavarev district. Okay, thank you. A lot has been mentioned today about the regional level already, although we planned to only discuss this in the end. But since the very beginning of this conference, this topic was mentioned repeatedly, and this gives us reason to believe that our brief remarks are important here. So today we are having a conference on the 10th anniversary of EITI in Ukraine, and let us now briefly recall about the regional level and what it meant for us. So initially, when we spoke of the extractive industries, we mainly thought about the oil and gas regions in the west, in the east, and in the south of Ukraine. And on top of that, also there was coal, the Volyn Basin, and the Donetsk coal basin. So these were the regions where the production of mineral resources was most densely represented. We understand that Ukraine is unequal in terms of natural resources availability. Some regions are more abundant, some less. And here we have the printouts with the maps that are included into EITI reports, and we can see the list and scope of mineral natural resources expanding all the time. Uranium ore can be possibly included, and other critical ores. This is quite possible, and thus the area covered by EITI keeps expanding. So the same can be said about the regional dimension of EITI. Who knows if it will cover the entire territory of Ukraine, but we can see increasingly high number of regions joining, and our organization, the Agency for Local Economic Development of Yabarev, it is combining, let's say, the topic of European integration, joining Lviv with the European Union, and we are actually ranking first in Lviv region in terms of natural gas production. So our agency got interested in this subject, and as it has been mentioned here on multiple occasions, let me repeat once again that there were some misperceptions in the community about the possible owners of each of the wells, and we started looking into that. Since the community was interested about the ownership, we looked for other civic activists interested in this subject. We were informed about Energotransparentis Association, which brought together like-minded people from the west and the east of Ukraine and from Kiev as well. Those who are supporting the idea of Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, of which I was not even aware back then. And thanks to our participation in that association, we got access to knowledge through a series of offline events, because, well, there were only offline events back then in the old good pre-COVID times. So this is when I learned to use openbudget.gov.ua and other government resources, providing information on the special permits and on the natural resources associated payments to the local budgets. So after I got all this knowledge, and I actually got the chance of visiting the natural resources producing communities and to inform the public about all of this. So one of the important opportunities and tasks of the civil sector, which I am representing here, is to raise awareness among the local and regional governments, sharing the knowledge that we are able to get thanks to participation of high-level experts providing these explanations to us. So yeah, I do hope I still have a couple of minutes. So this is exactly what we have been busy with, and right now we have expanded our activities far beyond Yabarev. We work in a couple of regions in the west of Ukraine, and we are promoting EITI, and we are working to cover other areas of work, but there are considerable challenges in terms of establishing those regional multi-stakeholder groups. We had some meaningful attempts to establish them, and indeed with support of GIZ we had research completed on the possible stakeholders to be included. So these stakeholders would be the ones joining the group as those having a chance to impact the decisions made by the group. So we analyzed the 40 companies operating in the extraction industries of Lviv region. We also analyzed the possible candidates in the local self-governments and regional authorities, and also from the public. We have completed that stakeholder analysis and presented the results at a round table in Lviv Regional Administration, and we persuaded the administration and the Department of Environment that such a multi-stakeholder group should exist in our region. We had a number of roundtable discussions. We also selected representatives from business and the government, and also a regulation on that multilateral group was developed. Actually, now we proposed that there were 5 representatives from the authorities, 5 representatives from the public, 5 representatives from the extractive industries, and also as an innovation we suggested to include representatives of 5 communities which are active in the field of extraction, the local self-governments. So we don't know if it is a correct approach. On the one hand, yes, we are giving additional voice to the local self-government. On the other hand, this way we are reducing the impact of the public sector, because then it becomes 1/4 instead of 1/3. So we hopefully will resume this work after the war. And speaking of the other benefits of such multilateral stakeholder groups for the regions, well, in the regions the locals are the best to see the problems that exist in the regions, and we surely know the challenges of our communities. We had 2 deposits of sulfur in Ukraine, in Novoyavorsk, actually the city of 30,000 people that was established to extract sulfur. That was its main focus. So when these deposits of sulfur were exhausted, a new question emerged: how to find jobs for these 30,000 people. There were lots of social challenges, such as substance abuse, in that city, and the communities who saw this, who had such experience, they can now advise to other communities as well. And here in Lviv region, we have a similar situation in Chervonograd. Once the coal mines are closed, then we will have a similar challenge with a 70,000 population that will need to find jobs. And again, such regional issues are indeed something to be discussed by the communities who have and who have not such experience. Also, this is a good occasion to discuss it with all the stakeholders. Yeah, thank you, Orest. Thank you for telling us about these challenges and opportunities for the local self-governments. Indeed, we faced lots of challenges, lots of resistance in Lviv region. Some people claim that just having such a group on the national level would be enough, but as Orest has rightly mentioned, there are some local issues which are not visible from the national level, and the local representatives are more aware of that. Well, even if they are aware, the perception of those problems can be much less serious without such a regional level. So actually, such regional groups right now can join the efforts of Ukraine's recovery, because we understand that now is it the right time to start planning and thinking about recovery. And by the way, thinking about recovery and the regional level, we need to keep in mind the issues of cooperation with the community. So right now, let's give the floor to Vitaly Chudak from Ukrainian gas extraction agency. Hello, hello, I'm Vitaly Chudak. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Actually, I'm an experienced speaker at such events. I represent a company which is the largest gas extraction company. Right now, we are working in 100 territorial communities, 350 local communities, and our company's total payments in 2022 comprised 56 billion hryvnias, despite all the challenges. So I believe it's quite a considerable share of those 70 billion we heard about. So a huge percent of that is the natural rent, which share of which were paid to the regional and local budgets, and our territorial communities, the majority of them, the ones that are active, and again, we have over 100 of them, and over 60 are quite active. The ones that are engaged in extraction activities daily. We are the single largest contributor to the economy of those communities, and unfortunately, this active interaction with the territorial communities started as late as in 2019. This was the first time we introduced these functions. We started planning things that should have happened in our company. We shared our plans with territorial communities, and right now we have some specific cases and specific outcomes of this work. As of now, every territorial community, depending on the scope of activity and the number of our branches in each community, they know quite well who is the manager responsible for the production activities. In case they have any challenges, they are able to contact them directly. We have implemented the system of corporate social responsibility starting from the year 2020, and it is a transparent mechanism, the fixed standard, as we called it, standard for interaction with the local communities. It is available on our company website and our internal resources that we have established. We have a committee of corporate social responsibility, committee on the production activities. We pay taxes, we pay the rent, and we also play active role in the life of the community through social initiatives. So we have we have the production activity, which is the foundation of this effort. So if we work there, we finance the different activities. So we are implemented 450 projects in the territorial communities. We have certain conditions which have to be observed, and we have our reasons for that. So once these proposals are received, we consider the projects at our corporate social responsibility committee, and the intention of those projects is to address the needs of the local communities. So we are implementing those projects in the communities that are close to the extraction sites. So quite often the money is accumulated in the places with big numbers of people, but our principle is the opposite. We believe that it is the community that produces natural resources that has priority number one concerning its needs. And we also, when we started such active cooperation back in 2021, we understood that the money we pay and the money other taxations are paying, they are quite successfully contributing to the development of some communities, but other communities are still experiencing stagnation. That's a fact, and this is why we have proposed our communities to take part in a grants competition. So the main purpose behind that was to deliver training. We understand that back in 2020 the decentralization process was completed. Right now 90% of our communities have such managers or departments responsible for fundraising, search for additional investments. They cooperate closely with our company and other companies as well. But we provided training in project management, supporting our communities to find investments for high quality projects, to have a better grounded approach to this investment process, and this indeed has had some results. So previously the communities only requested us to provide a certain amount of money, but we had a hard time confirming whether the community was ready to effectively use that money. But right now, when anyone is requesting funds, they also provide very clear grounds for providing such amount and for spending it there. So in the beginning, yes, there was some resistance in the community. Right now, we can see full understanding. And also, we realized that if some company or companies are playing significant role in the local economy, they are often unknown to the general public. Maybe they are known to the mayor or some people in the local authorities, but the rest of the people are largely unaware of those who are contributing to their local economy. And so we have initiated open dialogue with the communities. As a part of our activities, we are visiting local self-governance sessions. We are visiting those places together with our team, and we are doing this work in three stages. First, we are raising awareness with the local council members about the importance of oil and gas production in Ukraine right now, and it has had some positive effects. We are able to inform the communities about things we are planning to do. Before war, this information was more open, and right now, because of the war, this information is provided in some limited scope, but still the communities always have the idea where the wells are and where the new ones are going to be built. So there is mutual understanding between us and the community. The community understands that the faster they support us with the challenges we have, the faster they are able to reap the benefits. And quite often, when we are visiting communities, we are informing the communities about this. We are also having Q&A sessions later with the local council members and the local residents in case they have any questions to be discussed. Sometimes the questions are answered right there and then. If necessary, additional qualified personnel are arriving, and this is the work we are doing on the ongoing basis. This is how we are regulating these issues. And speaking of other important initiatives, we are working closely with the schools, with the graduates especially. We are working with them for the professional counseling, sharing the importance of the activities of the natural resources extraction companies. In a year or two, they will be the agents of change, contributing to the development of their community, and they need to understand the potential sources of income.
Also, around the general comments, there's a talk with the initiative group. There are a lot of challenges nowadays, and I support what the previous colleague said. There are questions that should not be resolved on the national level because they are on the lower level. In particular, it's an issue that our company is facing and the communities. It's restoring of infrastructure. Of course, this activity is done in the rural area. The road coverage is worn out. It was not designed for this kind of load, and you have to understand the territorial community now and the grant money that it uses. It cannot restore it quickly, and the land deposit users cannot also do that. So this initiative is important on the level of region, the priorities of road restoration, where those companies work who donate the most to their local budgets. I think it's going to be a very great idea for us to implement it. I think a lot of companies and communities support that. Thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm ready to report. Thank you, Vitaly. There'll be questions after the experts will speak. But considering what you were saying, I understand that you still advocate to create multilateral work groups. So when we start talking about communities where extraction is going on, we then immediately have the issues of environment. What environmental problems are there in the communities? And so these aspects of EITI in the regions will be the topic of Olga Kovaliakova's Association of Energy Transparency. Thank you. So it's so great to be part of this discussion. So first I wanted to remind you, maybe you know, maybe don't, Energy of Energy Transparency is the civil society union that works in transparency of extraction development of mining industry. So right now our coalition unites 11 organizations of civil society who represent different regions of Ukraine. Especially important it is around transparency initiative in Ukraine was engaging the needs and getting the civil society organizations joining the communities with extraction operations. If traditionally we remember what it started from, the first report back in 2013 showed us the main indicators all over the state. And if we go with these results of these indicators to communities, they were not much interested in them because the people are mostly interested in the quality, not just indicators of a national level. For them, it's just numbers is nothing. For them, the quality is important. The quality of social environment, of natural environment. So in 2015, the standards of EITI were mentioning environmental aspects of disclosure, how environmental impact of extraction companies are impacting that. So now, thanks to wider engagement of the public, more often the questions raised connected to recultivation of lands disturbed by the extraction, gas pollution questions, etc., etc. And also, it's hard to talk about environmental related issues outside of international context. The trend of sustainable economic development and the justification of feasibility of mining and extraction of certain resources is now of key importance, especially now that in Ukraine and also in the Middle East there are conflicts, wars going on, where often it's about resources as well. We understand that the war in Ukraine also has a lot to do with the resources of this region. So the issues of energy transition, the issue of using low carbon energy sources, and the issue of CO2 emission in extraction process, they become more and more important. And in the approved standards that was approved this year, we had a much wider description of the list of questions that is recommended to disclose when talking about environmental issues. So thanks to constructive cooperation of the public, of the government and the companies, we also managed to, even before transparency standards were reinforced, we could publish environmental data, and in Ukrainian reports, where initially it was just a recommendation, but now that we can disclose environmental information. Among such information, we have economic payments, as well as environmental aspects of extraction impact on the environment. So now on international level, the energy resources started to be more and more viewed as one of the extraction resources, mining resources, the resources that we extract from the earth or mine. Because the energy transition, the use of energy resources is connected to, especially in the environmental sphere, is connected to a lot of other things. Because a lot of alternative sources of energy are not always more environmentally friendly than we think. So, for justification, in order to see the effective ways of developing this area, we need to pay more attention to disclosure of this data. Maybe I could help you. Maybe you have some successful stories when the community, together with the company, together with the society organization, were able to resolve their environmental problems. Well, resolving is one thing, but thanks to this EITI initiative, the events we were doing on a local level, for the first time in many, many years, we managed to facilitate the meeting and constructive dialogue of the Ukernafta and the community of Borislav, the local self-governance Borislav, in terms of resolving economic and social questions. Because usually the cooperation as such seldom is successful between the companies and the communities. So sometimes there's no information, sometimes there's no understanding of processes that are happening. Thanks to this meeting, we managed to build a constructive dialogue. Then they did separate meetings without our participation, when trying to resolve the emissions and alternative methods of using the gases. So the constructive dialogue can be a beginning of resolution of big problems. So thank you. And this today's format allows us to talk with our colleagues from other countries who also implement transparency and also EITI. And I would like to invite now Cesar Gamboa from Peru, who's ready to share some experience of his country in energy transition. Cesar, the floor is yours. We cannot hear you. Oh yeah, now we can.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much. You have all my solidarity for the aggression that Ukraine is living right now. Well, I just to share with you some Latin America experience about the EITI implementation. And I mean, we have to recognize that extractive industries is very important for us, for our economies, but also we are living a legacy, and sometimes a terrible legacy that we have not been able to overcome, no? Such as social environmental conflicts, some case of corruptions, and the weakening of environmental standards in our domestic laws. So I think that EITI is very important for us because we can use the EITI implementation tools to fight against these negative effects. No? We are currently experiencing an economic crisis, and I believe that this new approach of EITI standards can help us to improve the relationship, not just in the economy aspect, but also to create some trust space between local communities, the private sector, and the government. I think that if we can see the 2023 EITI standards, there are some inclusions that can improve this kind of relationship between different stakeholders, like the free prior informed consultation process. In the requirement, if I'm not wrong, is at 2.2, and I think it's very important because in some way the governments and the private sector recognize that you have to build trust, but also you have to build a relationship with in the case of Latin America, with indigenous communities, with local communities. So the recognition of these rights, because most of our countries in Latin America approve the 169 ILO, or International Labor Organization Convention, that recognize the indigenous people rights. It's very important for us because it's in a way, it's in a factor or an incentive that the local community, the private sector and the governments recognize that they have to include in the decision-making process the consultation process of with the local communities. No, I think it's very important that these communities can participate in the implementation of a project, but also include their opinions and suggestions and concerns, and you can build this kind of trust in the process. I mean, I'm not pretty sure that we're gonna solve the whole problems because there are different perspectives. There are sometimes extractive activities are overlapping the indigenous lands, indigenous territories, but the approach of the standard and the relationship, I think, can help to solve some of the problems that we have to handle in the extractive industry. The second thing about energy transitions, I think that is a good step to recognize that the industry, the government have to improve and to overcome the climate crisis that we are living right now. I think that the energy transition, in the case of the standard, we can see these new commitments or encouragement actions like requirement 1.4, 1.5, 7.1. And I think that we can see that are a clear relationship with the Paris Agreement commitments, especially with the national determinate contributions. And I think that the challenge is right now how to disclose and comply all these commitments using the EITI implementation. Especially, we need to push a little bit more with some governments and companies that assume a commitment to reduce the climate impacts project by project, no? And disclose this kind of information to build this trust that we need to in the extractive industry. Many times, some companies and Latin America government, they have to resist to assuming this kind of obligation. We know that if we don't assume this obligation, obviously, all the world, not just Latin America region, but all the world, are suffering the impacts of the climate change. So it's important that the first step is to disclose the information of the energy transition project by project, not just at policy level, but also in specific cases. And I think that for example, in Peru and Colombia, we approved recently climate change law, specifically as including the commitment to disclose the climate impacts of the projects of the extractive industry. And I think that EITI standard can help us to disclose this information. And then finally, just to be very briefly, I think that the inclusion of the 6.4 requirement, I mean, to disclose the information about the environmental social impacts, it's in a good achievement that civil society made in the last year, because I remember that civil society from Latin America sent a letter to the EITI board in this year, and we have an extremely impact because the board the EITI adopt the inclusion of the commitment to disclose information about environmental and social impacts of the extractive industry. And I think that this is a key issue that the civil society in Latin America raised in the last decades, because in some cases, in specific projects, we don't know the impacts of the extractive industry project. So, and I think that the inclusion of that can help us to improve the situation of the lack of trust, but also to recognize what we can do and what we can improve in the extractive sectors. And as I said before, we cannot solve the whole problems, but we can identify what we can do in the case of the local communities' demands, in the case of when we are going to impact the nature, the environment, and how the governments and the extractive sector can assume the commitments to mitigate and reduce the environmental social impacts that the project cause in the territories. So I think that these three key issues can help to the Latin American countries to improve our relationship with the extractive sectors. And we are going to create legitimacy. We are going to create a new process of trust in between local communities and extractive sector, but also we can live in a peaceful process to improve the extractive industry activities in Latin America. We are living right now, for example, in Panama, a lot of protests are producing right now because there are some communities that are against to the mining concessions, and the president of Panama said right now in this week that they are not going to approve more mining activities. So I think that it's not, we can solve this specific problem, but no, we are not going to solve the problems that are related between the relationship between extractive sector and the communities. So we need to think more deeply how to handle these kind of problems. Saying that we are not going to approve more mining concessions is not the solution in the long term. Maybe in a short term, but in the long term, we can to think on a better relationship between local communities and the extractive sector. And I think that this new inclusion of the standard of EITI standard can help us to think better this relationship. Thank you.
Thank you so much for information and experience of your country. Що ж, колеги, це був наш останній.
Well, colleagues, this was our last speaker in this panel discussion for today. So if you have any questions, you still have the opportunity to ask. Not so much a question, but a remark on the discussion that we've had. Hanna Kiyashenko from Poltava Office of Social Certificate. I think it's a mistake where during the war we limit democratic process, participation of community in decision making. It's wrong, because it's active community. It's the organized civil society allowed us to stop aggression in the first days of war. It's civil society helped us survive. We remember that. And now, if we postpone the implementation of new EITI standard and creating EITI in the local level, when the war is over, do we have enough time to do it quickly? It's happening so quickly. So I think you have to start now, because this COVID period first and then the war, it led to some rollback on the regional level, and our regional administrations have, so to say, frozen. They conserved themselves. They haven't seen activists in their offices. So I have to start now. Thank you for your response. So I said in my presentation that we communicate. So we want to make our initiatives public, be it funding of the project or launching in community. So we create a page. So dgv.com, where all social initiatives and all the taxes are regulated. So each resident of community receives information where they can get data on payment of taxes that the company is planning or is doing to their local budget. You don't need to go to the head of the community. It's just an general access. So please join in and be thankful to this. Thank you. So it's almost like an advertisement. Join in, and we'll be working together. So the experience of your company around social responsibility and cooperation with communities is a great example. And I wanted to ask you to, since you have the impact on these processes that are happening, there's one more aspect that is important to account for, and now to disclose more. In particular, it's a gender aspect. So if it's possible to account for this kind of requirement when building the requirements to communities, when preparing the project application, please account for this aspect as well, which will measure the impact of gender aspects on different groups. Yeah, we'll do that. So it's great when people learn about great initiatives for the future. Orest, since the speakers start mentioning what they forgot to say, I also remember what I forgot to say. I remembered Novoyavariv. The sulfur extraction stopped there, and out of the most depressive city in Lviv, now is the most well-developed city, which has the biggest fertility in Ukraine. And when we created a brand for the city, we did branding for the cities. And one of the slogans that the locals were suggesting is that it's a city of young moms, where there's big birth rate, the biggest average age of the city. So we know, if we know how cities reach a certain situation, we can share how to make them more prosperous. So it's a very positive note. Let's wrap our fourth panel at this. Thank you, colleagues, for a very interesting discussion. Thanks for everybody for their active participation. I will pass the floor to Olena Pavlenko, who will drive the conclusion of today's event. Thank you. Thanks a lot. As we started, that's the way we wrap this event. I hope we can sum it up. So once again, thank you for everyone who stayed here with us. It's a long conference and it's a difficult topic, but we all have been professional in this. We're just not just discussing, we're finding the solution. Plus, we want to thank all of our donors, the Ministry of Energy, the USAID, the Renaissance Foundation, civil society organizations who are making EITI living document, and the companies as well. So I want to thank our interpreters as well, and the technical team who helped us do this mixture of online and offline. Thanks a lot. So what we've agreed on during today's session. First of all, we received a great flashback from our 10-year cooperation. So you can learn from the history to bring into the future so that ITI lives for dozens of years and transform our country into something good or even best as an example for others. We also said about the role of communities, how important for the ITI to be alive on the local level, so it's not just a document on paper with no real content. And the most interesting that even companies have been mentioning that they have no interest in having just the ITI on paper. They need content in the ITI, and they want real life, real changes to be behind this document and effective policy. We also talked about new things that the ITI brings us in the next 2-3 years, how our next legislation and regulatory policy can change, and how each of us can join in. Alexei, then I pass the floor to you to talk about next bullet points. Thank you. For everyone who's here and online, we all were charged with the new tasks because we have things to do with the electronic platform, how to more effectively implement the new approaches of the updated standard of ATI. We have things to do on the local and regional level because again, the commitment to create these multilateral groups on the regional level is in our action plan in the Open Government Partnership. And the deadline there is 2023. So obviously it has to be not sometime down the line, which Anna Kiyashenko mentioned. It shouldn't be postponed for long. Because if we talk about regions where there's no active warfare, those regions can become the main focus to implement these positive practices on the regional level. So we got to work with this. So we have a lot of work to do. We were sharing a lot of positive stuff, what we have achieved over this 10 years, sometimes even 15 years. But still, ahead of us, there's a lot of things to do. I think my personal perception at this conference is a success. It's my perception. Because really, other than we mentioned to delve deep into our internal context, we managed to hear, and you've seen the geography of attendance to this conference from different parts of the world. We've heard from Helen Clark from New Zealand, we've heard Mark Robbins from Australia, we've heard Cesar Gambo in Peru, who's so early in the morning. So we had Shreya Basa, who is in Singapore, etc. So we had a very wide representation during this one-day conference with our colleagues. And to wrap up this part, I also want to thank, as Olena mentioned, some people, at least 2 other people who were instrumental. First, our colleague partners who were working with us for many years and now part of International Secretariat. And I mean Olesya Nikoroshko, who were the previous leader of National Secretariat. She's now working in Oslo. And just as where Olena Valihura, who was starting back in the Q Club, the very beginning, implementing EITI, but at some stage she also had to relocate to Oslo and now is working in International Secretariat. So I want to thank 3 other structures: International Secretariat, who support us in everything and try and help us whenever they can. So we're in very good relations with them, with the National Secretariat, and also I want to mention 2 global civil society organizations that we were with this 10 years. NGI, Natural Resource Governance, earlier Revenue Watch Institute, and they were our partners, our colleagues that we started from with EITI Ukraine, and also Polish What You Pay, also a global network that is in focus of their attention, has emerged around the initiatives for transparency of extraction sector. So, sorry if I forgot someone, but still I had to mention these colleagues. So now we can, I think, wrap this event and wish us all successful work on the tasks that we set for ourselves. Thank you and see you again.